A word like ought moves softly in the mind. It suggests a direction, a quiet pull towards something that feels fitting or required. The tone of ought is gentle rather than sharp. It lives in conversation, in advice, in small nudges. When someone says you ought to call, it carries more than fact. It carries a sense of connection. The sound of ought is like a path through a field, guiding steps without force. It pairs with should and must. And sometimes it is careful and tentative. It asks, without shouting, for attention to a relationship between what is and what might be preferred. Obligation has a steady, slow rhythm. It sits like a steady stone in the middle of a stream. People speak of obligations in simple ways: promises kept, duties performed, chores completed. An obligation can be legal, like a tax to pay, or personal, like a promise to a friend. It may be felt as weight or as warmth. Obligation often implies an expectation, a background rule that shapes small choices. In ordinary speech, we name obligations when we explain why we do things. We point to them like landmarks, soft and familiar, that mark the ways we move through daily life. Permission has an open, airy quality. To be permitted is to be allowed. To receive a small green light, permission feels like a window opened, a gentle invitation to act. In conversation, permission can be explicit. You may enter, you may use the phone. It can also be implied. A nod, a smile, a habit that makes an action acceptable. Permission and obligation play together. One sets limits, the other opens passages. Permission sometimes arrives with conditions, soft and unspoken. It comforts with its simple acceptance, like a small door left gently ajar. Prohibition is quieter than one might expect. It is not only a stern shout, it is often a soft boundary drawn in the sand. Prohibitions tell us what not to do, and they do so in many tones. A prohibition can be formal, written in law or policy, or informal, woven into family habits. Prohibitions shape routine by marking edges. They keep some actions at bay, without always offering reasons loud enough to wake the mind. In everyday speech, prohibitions are often explained through examples, through gentle reminders of past discomfort or harm, and through the steady repetition that makes them familiar. Moral worth is a subtle, slow concept. It refers to what makes an action or person deserving of praise or criticism, and it is seldom loud or obvious. In ordinary life, we sense moral worth when we feel moved by an act of kindness or when we notice restraint. We often link moral worth to intention, to the quiet motive behind action. A small deed done with care may feel richer than a grand gesture done for show. Moral worth lingers in the corners of conversation, in the soft sighs and the gentle thank yous. It is a quiet glow that surrounds certain moments. Praise and blame move in a measured way. They are responses that give shape to behavior. Praise offers warmth, a soft word that indicates approval. Blame offers correction, a calm pointing to something that might be different. In everyday life, both are part of learning and growing. They are not always harsh. A parent's soft praise, a gentle rebuke from a friend, the modest thanks from a neighbor. These are the ways praise and blame weave into routine. They guide with small signals, nudging hearts toward patterns that feel steady and trustworthy. Responsibility rests on a slow foundation. It is the sense that one is answerable, that one's choices have a place and a consequence. Responsibility can be diffuse, shared among many hands, or it can be singular, held firmly by one person. It is felt in the careful tending of tasks, in checking on promises, in the steady follow-through of small, dependable acts. Responsibility carries with it both possibility and restraint. It suggests the capacity to act and the obligation to consider others when acting. It is a gentle anchor in social life. Rights are named softly in ordinary speech. A right hints at permission protected, an expectation of fair treatment. When people speak of rights, they often do so with simple examples: to be heard, to be safe, to have space. Rights can be personal, like the right to rest, or institutional, like the right to vote. They act as markers in conversation, quiet reminders of dignity. Rights are claimed in many tones, sometimes tender and sometimes firm. They provide a measure of respect that can be spoken of without loudness, and they often guide behavior with a steady, patient influence. Duties sit near obligations, but their feeling can be slightly different. A duty may feel like a role, a position in the everyday web of expectations. Duties are carried with routine, with the small practices that make life predictable. In conversation, we list duties plainly: take care of the child, pay the bill, attend the meeting. Duties may be embraced or resisted, but they remain part of the structure that helps people organize time and attention. They give a quiet architecture to life, framing the ways people engage with each other. Permission and prohibition together form a soft grammar of action. They shape what is permissible and what is forbidden, often without dramatic announcements. People learn these patterns through repetition and gentle instruction. The grammar is not only spoken in rules, it is also felt in the ebb and flow of social interaction. An unwritten permission may ease into existence like a new habit, while a prohibition may take root through repeated warnings. Both are fundamental to the way communities maintain order without harshness. Intention matters in small, patient ways. The reasons behind an act often change how we experience it. A meal prepared with love feels different from a meal prepared under pressure. In ordinary moral talk, intention gives context, a soft light that reveals the inner movement of action. People often ask why in a gentle search for meaning. The quiet question of intention is part of the tender work of understanding ourselves and others. It allows us to place behavior within a narrative of motive and care. Consequences are considered with calm attention. Outcomes follow actions, sometimes predictably, sometimes in surprising ways. The idea of consequence is neutral in tone, a simple recognition that things ripple outward. In everyday life, we weigh likely consequences when making small decisions, often choosing options that minimize harm or encourage goodwill. The process is familiar and unhurried. Considering consequences helps people act with foresight and with a modest respect for the lives of others. Prudence is a word for careful thought in ordinary life. It suggests keeping a steady course, balancing immediate desires with longer-term well-being. People use prudence to describe choices that are measured and thoughtful. It is not dramatic, it is the gentle tending of one's affairs. Prudence often involves small delays, small pauses to reflect. Those pauses allow for choices that are less impulsive and more aligned with lasting values. It is a quiet companion to obligation and permission in shaping conduct. Moral language moves slowly through ordinary conversations like a slow river. We use phrases like ought, should, may, must, wrong, right, fair, and unfair and they form the gentle vocabulary of daily life. These words are not rigid. They shift in tone with context and relationship. They are used to comfort, to instruct, to remind, and to correct. Their function is practical and intimate. Moral language helps people coordinate behavior, easing social living with soft signals and shared understandings. Respect is a tender practice. It is shown in the way people listen, in the small attentions paid to another's needs. Respect can be explicit or implicit. It can be given through simple acts, making space in a conversation, allowing time, refraining from sharp comments. In moral talk, respect is often named as a core value. It is not loud. It is the quiet habit of honoring the presence of another person. Respect can also be felt in the acceptance of differences, in the gentle tolerance of varying perspectives. Trust grows slowly, like a plant tended with care. It is built through repeated actions that align with promises. Trust relies on a shared sense that obligations will be met and that permissions will be honored. It is fragile in its early days and sturdy once matured. In moral vocabulary, trust and distrust often scaffold judgments about behavior. People say, "I trust you," when past actions pattern future expectation. Trust supports social life in soft, persistent ways. Integrity refers to the coherence between word and deed. It is an inner symmetry that gives shape to actions. In ordinary talk, integrity is praised simply when people follow through, when public statements and private choices move together. Integrity carries a calm clarity. It reduces the noise of contradiction and helps others know what to expect. It is not flashy. It is the steady alignment of values and actions in small, everyday moments. Honesty is a close neighbor to integrity. It is the practice of speaking truthfully, of aligning what is said with what is. Honesty often appears in simple exchanges: a clear apology, a candid admission, a straightforward explanation. In moral speech, honesty is valued for its reliability. It allows relationships to remain clear, to avoid rumors and misunderstandings. The tone of honesty is plain and quiet, like an uncluttered room where things are where they are expected to be. Apology is a gentle mechanism for repair. When someone recognizes harm, an apology can restore a kind of balance. Apologies come with admission, regret, and sometimes a promise to change. They are not magical, but they are useful in maintaining social harmony. In ordinary life, apologizing is a way to acknowledge a breach and to invite healing. The sound of apology is modest, a lowering of voice that opens space for renewed connection. Forgiveness moves slowly and softly. It is an allowance that releases the tension of blame and opens a possibility for renewed interaction. Forgiveness is not always given. Sometimes it develops over time. It often involves a quiet recalibration of expectations, a gentle rearrangement of how one relates to another. In moral conversation, forgiveness is spoken of as a balm, not a total erasure, but a softening. It shapes the texture of relationships with patience and humility. Guilt and regret are inner currents that signal deviation from one's standards. They are felt quietly as a heaviness or a tug. Guilt can prompt corrective action, a desire to make amends. Regret may lead to reflection and cautious future choices. In ordinary talk, these feelings are acknowledged in simple ways. "I'm sorry. I should have known better. I'll try to do differently." They are tools of moral learning, subtle and instructive, rather than punitive. Supererogation is a softer term for actions beyond duty. It names those deeds that are admirable but not required. Helping a neighbor without expectation is often described in ordinary terms as going above and beyond. Supererogatory acts carry a gentle admiration, a recognition of kindness that exceeds duty. They enrich moral conversation with examples of generosity that glow quietly in memory. They are not demanded, yet they inspire others through their simple goodness. Blame can be administered in many tones. Sometimes it is a quiet correction, a calm pointing out of error that invites change. Other times it is heavier, more emphatic. In ordinary moral talk, blame is often used to encourage accountability. Its purpose can be corrective rather than punitive, guiding the person toward better choices. Blame that is gentle, can be accepted, and can lead to repair. It functions as a soft feedback loop in social life, shaping behavior through measured responses. Praise is given in many forms: a small thank you, a nod of approval, a sincere compliment. All are expressions of praise in everyday life. Praise reinforces behaviors that communities value. It also sustains individuals, offering quiet validation for effort and care. Praise need not be extravagant to matter. A thoughtful acknowledgement can have enduring effects. It encourages repetition of good practices by making them visible and appreciated. Norms are the shared habits that make social life predictable. They are often unstated rules that people follow because others follow them. Norms can be simple, such as waiting your turn, or more complex, such as norms of hospitality. They shape expectations and reduce friction. In moral vocabulary, norms are the background texture against which obligations and permissions are judged. They are like gentle currents that guide behavior without rigid instruction, preferred for their subtle regularity. Customs bind people with history and habit. They carry the weight of repetition and familiarity. When people refer to custom in moral talk, they are pointing to practices that feel natural due to long use. Customs are sometimes comforting, sometimes limiting, but their power lies in continuity. They give shape to rites and routines, to meals and greetings. In ordinary conversation, customs are named simply as familiar gestures that link past to present. Conscience is an inner compass. It offers quiet signals when actions align or misalign with personal standards. Conscience can be cultivated over time through reflection and habit. It is not always loud, but its nudges can be persistent. People speak of following their conscience in calm, resolute tones. Conscience helps bridge personal values and outward behavior, guiding choices with subtle moral sense. Moral intuition often appears as a soft, immediate sense that something is right or wrong. It is the quick feeling before careful thought begins. Intuitions are shaped by upbringing, experience, and reflection. In conversation, people sometimes point to intuition as a starting place for discussion, a gentle feeling that invites further inquiry. Intuitions are neither infallible nor insignificant. They are useful as initial signals that deserve quiet examination. Moral disagreement can be conducted with patience. Differences in judgment often reflect varied backgrounds and priorities. In ordinary life, people navigate disagreement with concessions, explanations, and sometimes silence. The tone of disagreement need not be sharp. It can be exploratory, curious, and measured. When disagreement is gentle, it allows for learning and for the subtle reshaping of perspectives over time. It can lead to growth through listening and small adjustments. Moral conversations rely on language that is often understated. People use simple phrases to communicate complex considerations. It seems right. I feel obligated. That feels unfair. These phrases carry nuances that are more felt than argued. They create space for mutual understanding without insisting on final judgments. This kind of talk supports slow social change as patterns shift through patient conversation rather than through sudden edicts. Moral examples are small stories that illustrate values. Someone remembering a neighbor's patience or a teacher's care provides a living example for others. These stories are not formal arguments. They are gentle reminders of what kindness looks like in practice. Recounting examples helps people visualize moral possibilities. They provide templates for action that are easy to imitate, subtle and habitual, rather than theoretical and distant. Promises are simple bonds. They tie future action to present words. Keeping a promise is a clear way obligations manifest in daily life. Breaking a promise can erode trust slowly. The making of a promise is quietly significant. It is a commitment that invites care. People often treat promises with reverence, not as legal constructs, but as relational gestures. In moral speech, promises are markers of reliability, guiding future interactions with a soft gravity. Consent is a careful and slow agreement. It is not assumed, it is given. Consent in everyday life occurs in many small decisions, from borrowing a book to sharing a secret. It honors autonomy and creates mutual respect. Asking for consent can be a modest act of consideration, a way of acknowledging another's personhood. In moral conversation, consent is both practical and ethical, a gentle requirement for fair interaction. Fairness is a steady concern in ordinary ethics. It asks that similar cases be treated similarly, that resources and opportunities be distributed without arbitrary favoritism. Fairness is often invoked in plain phrases. That's not fair. That's fair enough. It is a value grounded in empathy and balance. People seek fairness not only for themselves, but for others, and it is often framed as a practical standard for peaceful coexistence. Equity is related to fairness, but attends to differing needs. It recognizes that similar treatment may not produce equal outcomes when starting points differ. In moral talk, equity suggests adjustments that account for variation in circumstance. It is a thoughtful, measured approach to fairness, softening strict equality with sensitivity. Conversations about equity usually proceed with care, acknowledging complexity and aiming for reasonable accommodations. Reputation builds slowly in quiet ways. It is shaped by repeated patterns of behavior that others observe. A reputation for kindness is usually earned through many small acts. Reputation affects how obligations and permissions are received by others. It colors trust and opens or closes gentle doors in social life. People guard reputation with modest attention, aware that steady habits speak louder than occasional gestures. Role expectations are the quiet scripts that come with social positions. A parent, a teacher, a friend, each role carries typical duties and permissions. People often perform roles with a calm sense of what is customary and what is required. Role expectations can be comforting, providing clear guidance about behavior. They also change slowly as society's patterns shift. In everyday moral talk, role expectations help reason about what actions are appropriate in given contexts. Moral habits are the repeated actions that become second nature, turning toward another to listen, offering help when asked, keeping promises. These habits form a moral life. Habits are cultivated through practice and reflection. They free attention for other concerns once they become familiar. Moral habits reduce friction in interaction, making ethical behavior a natural part of routine. They are quiet and steady, not spectacular, but deeply influential. Simplifying complex terms into gentle phrases helps daily moral understanding. People prefer plain words to technical jargon when discussing right and wrong. Terms like duty, permission, and worth become meaningful when placed in familiar stories and small examples. Speech that is simple invites reflection, enabling moral concepts to settle into everyday practices without strain. This simplicity makes moral talk accessible and calming. Moral education often begins with small instruction. Children learn about sharing, caring, and consequences through guided practice and gentle corrections. Lessons are delivered in daily routines rather than abstract lectures. The language used is straightforward. Please, thank you, sorry. These early teachings establish patterns that shape adult moral vocabulary. Education in morals proceeds with patience, repetition, and modest expectations. Everyday judgments often prioritize relationships. Choosing how to act frequently depends on the closeness of the connection between people. A slight discourtesy may be forgivable among intimates, while a stranger might be held to stricter norms. Moral talk recognizes these gradients with quiet terms like appropriate and inappropriate. Relationship-based reasoning is practical and compassionate, attuned to context and proportion. Moral dilemmas in ordinary life are usually small and manageable. They ask which action balances competing obligations, like time with family versus work duties. People resolve these dilemmas with pragmatic choices that reflect priorities and constraints. The process is calm. Weigh, discuss, decide. Moral reasoning in daily life values compromise and minor sacrifices when they preserve important ties. These small dilemmas teach flexibility and care. Apportioning responsibility is a gentle exercise. When multiple people are involved in an outcome, determining who is responsible can be an act of mutual negotiation. Shared responsibility can lighten burdens and encourage cooperation. In moral talk, people often use quiet phrases like, "We did this together," or "Let's take responsibility for our part." This collective framing supports teamwork and reduces harsh individual blame. Moral vocabulary in casual talk often relies on metaphors. We say someone carries a burden, or that a decision has weight. These images help convey intangible states in tangible ways. Metaphors in moral conversation are soft tools, aiding understanding without demanding technical precision. They invite listeners to feel the moral terrain rather than analyze it strictly, encouraging empathy and reflection. Small rituals reinforce moral patterns. Saying grace before a meal, a moment of silence, or a routine apology after an accidental bump. Rituals embed values in repeated action. They are gentle, comforting, and habitual. Rituals create steady markers for moral behavior, ensuring that certain practices persist through time and become part of daily rhythm. Moral conversation values modesty, a humble admission of error or a quiet acknowledgement of limitations opens space for repair and growth. Modesty softens judgment and invites mutual understanding. When people practice modesty, moral dialogue becomes less confrontational and more collaborative. The tone is calm, the pace slow, and the outcome often more harmonious. Empathy is a quiet bridge between perspectives. Feeling with another person allows moral judgment to be tempered with understanding. Empathy leads to gentle adjustments in behavior that respect another's experience. In ordinary moral talk, empathy is expressed in small acts: listening, acknowledging pain, offering help. It is a practical skill that softens rigid application of rules and invites compassionate responses instead. Reflection is a slow companion to action. Pausing to consider motives and outcomes allows subtle moral growth. Reflection can be as simple as a nightly review of one's day, noting where one acted well and where one might do better. This practice is not grandiose. It is humble and steady. Reflection helps integrate moral concepts into lived experience through patient attention and small, continuous adjustments. Language shapes moral perception. The words we choose influence how we see actions and intentions. Calling something a mistake rather than a failure changes the tone of response. In ordinary moral conversation, careful wording reduces defensiveness and opens conversation. Neutral, soft language invites constructive thought and minimizes sharp judgment. The gentle selection of words becomes a practice in moral care itself. One way of thinking about what makes actions right focuses on outcomes. In this style of thought, the value of an action is tied to the results it brings about. Actions are like seeds planted in a field. The farmer watches whether the field yields bread or whether it remains bare. The moral measure is the harvest. Consequences are counted, weighed, and compared. Happiness, well-being, or the reduction of suffering are often taken as the main crops. Decisions are made by imagining possible futures, by picturing the gentle spread of effects, and by choosing what seems most likely to produce the softest balance of good over harm. This approach invites calm calculation and quiet attention to the welfare of others, treating each choice as an occasion to increase comfort and ease across the landscape of lives. Another way looks at the form and intention behind actions rather than only their outcomes. In this view, there are duties and obligations that hold regardless of consequences, like lines drawn on a map to guide the traveler. These lines are meant to be followed because of the role they play in structuring relations and respecting persons. There is a steady weight given to promises, justice, and respect for agency. The moral worth of an action is connected to the motive and the principle guiding it. Agents are encouraged to act from reasons that could be universalized, to treat others as ends in themselves rather than as mere means. This perspective creates a calm architecture of rightness, a tranquil grid within which choices are made. A third approach attends to character and the habitual tendencies that shape a life, rather than focusing narrowly on isolated actions or final consequences. This view asks what sort of person one is becoming. It values virtues such as patience, kindness, courage, and temperance. Moral thought gently shifts from single acts to patterns of conduct to stable dispositions that show up in many small decisions. Virtues are cultivated through practice, like tending a garden over time. The emphasis is on flourishing, on a serene whole life, and on the quiet development of traits that reliably produce compassionate and decent behavior. Good choices grow from a well-tended inner landscape, from character cultivated with care. These three frameworks offer different languages for moral reflection. One speaks of sums, of totals and aggregates. Another speaks of duties and rights, of standing rules and respect. The third speaks of habits and virtues, of dispositions that color many choices. Each language highlights different features of practical life. One asks, how much good will come of an action? Another asks whether an action conforms to a rule that could be willed universally. The third asks whether an action fits a pattern consistent with flourishing character. The mind shifts gently among these modes, like a slow tide, moving across a wide shore, noticing varied textures of sand and shell. Within the consequences-focused approach, there is an attention to impartiality. Each person's welfare counts, often equally. This creates a quiet arithmetic where the joys and sorrows of many are placed on the same scale. The point is not to erase personal ties, but to extend concern beyond immediate circles. Decisions are imagined as adding small increments of well-being to more lives. There is also a concern for distribution, how benefits and burdens are shared. The calm task is to weigh expected outcomes, to consider probabilities and magnitudes, and to choose in ways that, on balance, increase the soft total of good feelings and reduced pain. It asks for gentle empathy, extended widely, in a slow, reflective manner. This focus on outcomes also invites the idea of thresholds and diminishing returns. Small pleasures may add up, but at some point, additional gains feel less significant. The arithmetic of well-being has textures and gradients. Some actions prevent serious harm, and so are especially important. Others produce small comforts spread thinly. There is a soothing practice of comparing likely results, of estimating ripple effects, and of preferring policies or choices that secure the firm foundations of safety and flourishing. Thoughtful calm guides the counting, avoiding sudden leaps and favoring measured, patient estimation of distant consequences. The duty-focused perspective offers a steadiness of principle. It sets out rules that act as anchors in gusty moral weather. These anchors can be simple: keep promises, respect autonomy, do not deceive. They are meant to hold even when outcomes are uncertain. The emphasis is on consistency and integrity. Rules provide clarity and protect persons from being used instrumentally. They uphold forms of mutual respect that allow social life to proceed gently, like a quiet ritual repeated with care. This approach defers to reasoned principles and encourages action from motives that align with duty rather than mere expedience. A calm feature of deontological thinking is its attention to rights. Rights act as safeguards around the individual, establishing inviolable spaces where certain kinds of interference are not acceptable. They create a rhythm of respect that is not measured by totals, but by boundaries. When rights are honored, persons can flourish in predictable, secure ways. There is comfort in knowing that some territories remain off-limits regardless of particular calculations. The focus rests on dignity, on stable respect, and on the careful maintenance of fair procedures. The virtue-centered view adds a slow, developmental angle. It understands moral life as a practice, like learning to play a gentle instrument over many evenings. Virtues are cultivated through repetition by choosing again and again to act in ways that align with a gentle ideal. The process is experiential and embodied. Habits form quietly, shaping how one perceives and responds. Moral education becomes a soft regimen of daily acts, conversations, and reflections that slowly rework inclinations. The aim is flourishing in a way that balances internal harmony with external responsibilities, producing a person whose choices arise naturally from cultivated goodness. Virtues are not fixed rules, but guiding orientations. They allow for discernment and nuance. Courage, in one context, looks different from courage in another. Practical wisdom, or a kind of quiet judgment, helps navigate particular cases. This wisdom is attentive to complexities and resists rigid formulas. It appreciates context and proportion, gently balancing competing goods. The cultivation of such wisdom is a lifelong project with ample room for gradual improvement and modest correction. It invites patience and compassion, both toward oneself and others. When these frameworks are brought into conversation, they offer complementary perspectives. The consequences lens gives tools for assessing impact. The duty lens protects persons and maintains fairness. And the virtue lens shapes the agent who deliberates. They can be woven together in various combinations. One might use consequences to set aims, duties to set boundaries, and virtues to guide temperament and sensitivity. The interplay is like a slow dance with few sharp movements, where each partner contributes a steady presence. Thoughtful moral reflection moves gently among these considerations to form a richer view of right action and character. Sometimes tensions arise. A choice that maximizes aggregate good might conflict with a duty not to harm a particular person. A rule that preserves fairness might demand actions that seem to reduce overall welfare in a narrow calculation. The virtue perspective then asks what a person with balanced character would do. These tensions are not crises, but reasons to pause and consider more deeply. The calm practice is to hold multiple considerations in mind, to listen to the texture of each, and to search for harmonious resolutions or reasonable compromises that respect important values. There are methods for applying each framework. For outcomes, one might construct lists of possible actions and their likely effects, assigning gentle estimates of probability and value. For duties, one might test maxims for their ability to be generalized or for consistency with respect for persons. For virtues, one might reflect on what traits are relevant and how habitual tendencies can be nurtured or corrected. Each method is like a tool in a modest toolkit. Taken together, the tools support slow, careful moral work, encouraging attentiveness, patience, and steady reflection rather than sharp, impulsive moves. Impartiality in consequentialist thought can be softened by considerations of proximity and role. There is room for special obligations that arise from relationships, and these can be given weight alongside general impartial concern. The moral calculus can be adjusted to reflect the texture of human bonds, so that the gentle urgency of caring for loved ones is not dismissed. This makes the framework more compatible with the rhythms of ordinary life, where ties and loyalties matter. In this way, broad concern and local commitments can coexist in a measured balance. Duty-based approaches allow for exceptions only in tightly controlled ways, if at all. This restraint protects important goods, but can feel austere. The calmer response is to recognize that duties aim to create predictable grounds for mutual trust. They provide structure for social life and personal integrity. When duties are applied gently and with wisdom, they produce a stable environment where people can rely on one another. Subtle judgment is required to interpret duties in particular contexts, and this interpretation benefits from the cultivated virtues of discernment and compassion. Character-based thinking invites practices that slowly transform inclinations. Small acts repeated become habits, and habits shape character. The process is incremental. It is quiet work, choosing to be patient in a minor inconvenience, opting for generosity in a small exchange, cultivating honesty in everyday speech. Over months and years, these small choices knit together into a disposition that makes moral action more natural. The emphasis on practice offers a hopeful, gradual path toward improvement. It respects the slow rhythms of human change and calls for gentle perseverance. Each framework has a way of handling moral dilemmas. Consequentialism calculates trade-offs and tries to find the option with the best net result. Deontology examines whether actions violate binding rules or disrespect persons. Virtue ethics asks what a person of practical wisdom would do in the situation. The methods differ, but they all encourage careful thought and a measured response. Moral dilemmas become occasions for reflection rather than occasions for panic. The calm mood is one of attentive deliberation, of listening to different moral voices and weighing them with patience. Rules and principles are often used as guides when calculation is cumbersome. They act as heuristics, helping agents to navigate complexities without constant reevaluation. This is recognized in both outcome-oriented and duty-oriented thought. Rules can be justified by their tendency to produce good outcomes in the long run, or by their role in protecting persons. Either way, there is an appreciation for stable patterns of behavior that reduce friction and foster trust. In practice, rules are balanced with judgment, allowing deviations when strong reasons appear, but otherwise offering a tranquil baseline for action. Moral reasoning also involves practical forecasting. Imagining consequences requires a calm imagination, the ability to picture multiple futures, and the faint ripples that small acts produce. This is not a hurried exercise, but a reflective one. It includes attending to probabilities, likely magnitudes, and who will be affected. The gentle skill of forecasting supports choices that aim to nurture well-being. It asks for modesty about certainty and for a readiness to revise judgments as new information arrives, promoting iterative and patient moral care. Respect for persons is a steady theme across different approaches, though it receives different emphasis. For duty-focused thought, respect often takes the form of non-instrumentalization and recognition of autonomy. For consequentialist thinking, respect is a value, among others, to be weighed in the balance, often connected to the well-being of persons. Virtue ethics treats respect as a cultivated disposition, an aspect of character that informs how one relates to others day by day. Each perspective supports practices that protect the dignity of individuals, contributing to social conditions where people can live with ease and recognition. Moral theories also differ in their view of moral motivation. Some stress the importance of correct outcomes regardless of motives, while others insist that motives and intentions shape moral worth. The duty perspective often ties moral value to acting from the right motive, such as respect for duty itself. Virtue, ethics, places central importance on integrated motives that flow from a good character. Consequentialism focuses on results, but recognizes that stable motivation can be relevant insofar as it shapes future behavior and outcomes. Reflecting on motives invites quiet self-awareness and gentle cultivation of inner aims. There is an interplay between rules and consequences in practical life. Rules can embody long-term consequences and serve as shortcuts for complex calculations. At the same time, rigid adherence to rules without attention to outcomes can sometimes produce avoidable harms. The calm task is to design principles that usually produce good results and to allow for rare departures when constrained by moral reasons. This requires temperance in judgment, a willingness to think slowly, and to maintain trust in well-established norms while remaining open to revision when persistent evidence accumulates. The cultivation of virtues often requires supportive social structures. Habits are reinforced by communities, by stories, and by practices that model traits. Schools, families, and workplaces function as gentle training grounds. They shape conduct through routines and expectations that encourage patience, responsibility, and care. This communal aspect highlights that moral formation is not only solitary work, but also a shared process. The steady influence of others helps sustain the slow development of character, providing models and opportunities for practice in a quiet social environment. Philosophical reflection benefits from combining several lenses. Using consequences to set aims, duties to set boundaries, and virtues to shape temperament creates a richer moral vision. This integrated approach is not rushed. It values slow deliberation and humble openness to correction. It recognizes that human life is complex and that different tools help in different situations. The steady practice of moving among these perspectives fosters moral sensitivity and resilience, guiding behavior in ways that support general well-being, respect for persons, and the cultivation of good character. Practical examples help to clarify how frameworks might operate. Consider a small choice at home, whether to interrupt a restful afternoon to help a neighbor. Consequentialist thought weighs likely benefits and burdens. Duty-focused thought considers obligations and promises. Virtue ethics asks what sort of neighbor you want to be. Each perspective offers a different emphasis, but all aim at a life where actions are considered and kind. The calm lesson is that everyday choices provide continuous opportunities to practice thoughtful morality, to apply principles slowly, and to refine character through repeated gentle acts. There is also an awareness of moral luck and uncertainty in all approaches. Outcomes are not fully predictable, intentions can be misunderstood, and character is influenced by contingencies. A quiet humility arises from recognizing these limits. It tempers judgment and encourages forgiveness and careful inquiry before harsh conclusions. Moral practice becomes less about absolute certainties and more about ongoing improvement, patient correction, and compassionate understanding of human frailty. This softens the edges of moral evaluation and supports gentle remedies and learning. Philosophical frameworks provide languages for public life as well. Policies and institutions can be guided by calculations of general welfare, by principles protecting rights, or by fostering civic virtues. Each orientation suggests different priorities for legislation, professional conduct, and community norms. The calm exchange among these guiding lights allows societies to benefit from reasoned aims, protected rights, and cultivated dispositions. Thoughtful institutions are designed with awareness of trade-offs and with a commitment to slow, sustained improvement. Moral reflection is also temporal. Immediate choices are nested in longer projects. Consequentialist thinking asks about cumulative effects over time. Duty-based thinking considers commitments that span years. Virtue ethics focuses on lifelong formation. This temporal layering encourages prudence and patience. Decisions are made with an eye to their impact on future character and on the long-term well-being of communities. The steady perspective values continuity, maintenance of trust, and gradual progress, avoiding sudden upheavals and preferring careful cultivation. In personal moral practice, small routines matter. Regular habits of reflection, quiet conversation, and practice in small acts of kindness build moral muscle. These routines are reinforced by stable principles and by attention to outcomes. They are calibrated by calm judgment and refined over time. The integration of frameworks supports a modest moral life, where one learns to balance concern for effects, respect for duties, and cultivation of virtues. The daily rhythm of choices becomes a gentle training ground for character and care. Philosophers also attend to the grammar of moral language. Terms like right, wrong, ought, duty, and virtue are used with care. Clarifying meanings helps avoid confusion and supports more precise deliberation. This linguistic mindfulness is a quiet practice, defining terms, listening to their ordinary uses, and aligning theoretical language with lived experience. Such attention prevents abrupt misunderstandings and fosters a more measured public conversation about ethical issues. Promoting slow, cooperative inquiry, there is comfort in pluralism of methods. No single framework captures every moral truth. Consequences, duties, and virtues each illuminate different facets of ethical life. Embracing multiple perspectives invites flexibility and depth. It allows for calm dialogue across differences and for thoughtful compromise when conflicts arise. This pluralistic temper is patient, modest, and open to continuous learning. It cultivates an atmosphere where moral reasoning is collaborative and oriented toward steady improvement. The practice of moral imagination remains central. Imagining the lives of others, the ripple effects of actions, and the kind of person one wishes to become helps guide choices. This imaginative cultivation is gentle and steady, inviting empathy and long-term vision. It blends with careful attention to rules and to outcomes, creating a composite moral sensibility. In this way, choices are informed by a slow, expansive awareness that includes both individual character and collective welfare. Steady attention to consequences, duties, and virtues supports a reflective life. Each approach contributes calming structures for judgment. Their interplay shapes decisions that respect persons, seek welfare, and nurture character. This layered moral perspective encourages ongoing practice, patient correction, and sustained care. It invites gentle, responsible action in the small motions of daily life and in larger institutional choices, always with quiet attention to the good of others and to the cultivation of inner disposition. Moral reasoning also benefits from humility about certainty, making space for revision, for attentive listening, and for slow learning reduces harshness. It creates an environment where mistakes are addressed with repair rather than condemnation. This soft stance encourages honest reflection, supportive feedback, and gradual improvement. It aligns well with the cultivation of virtues and with procedural respect for persons, allowing moral communities to grow with patience and care. In applying these frameworks, one often cycles among them. A choice might begin by imagining outcomes, then be tested against duties, and finally be shaped by cultivated dispositions. This iterative movement is calm and steady. It is not urgent, but deliberate. It encourages the development of a stable moral temperament, equipped to handle diverse practical problems. The process values the slow accumulation of wisdom rather than sudden insight, favoring practice and reflection. There is also space for narrative, for telling the story of a life that integrates concern for others, respect for rules, and the slow growth of virtue. Narratives help make sense of decisions across time, showing how habits, principles, and outcomes weave together. They offer a soothing continuity, linking small acts to larger patterns and conveying the sense of a life unfolding through patient care. Such stories support moral learning and help anchor abstract frameworks in lived experience, making them gently practical and deeply human. Codes of conduct in hospitals, law firms, and corporate offices read like quiet maps for daily movement. They lay out steps and expectations with soft clarity, like a low light guiding feet across a familiar floor. Each sentence names a duty. Each clause shapes routine. The language is calm and methodical, describing what to do and why, in phrases that repeat across forms and training manuals. There is a comfort in this predictability, a gentle assurance that a set of common rules will steady hands and steady minds, allowing tasks to unfold in ordinary ways and ordinary time. In medical settings, the code often centers on care and consent, on clarity of communication and attentiveness to vulnerability. It suggests ways to speak, to listen, and to record, with an emphasis on preserving dignity and reducing harm. It asks for attentiveness to bodies and stories, for quiet observation and careful inquiry. Guidelines name steps for ordinary procedures, and for those rarer moments when judgment must soften into discretion. The tone is unobtrusive and steady, shaping the small rituals that constitute a day of practice. Within law firms, the codes lean toward fidelity and candor, toward the careful handling of secrets and the measured use of advocacy. They describe confidentiality as a kind of quiet resource to be guarded with consistent attention. They advise clarity in forming agreements, in giving advice, and in choosing which matters to carry forward. The language favors precision, a calm insistence on clear records and careful argument. This steadiness helps the work move forward without undue strain, like a slow, regular tide that shapes the shoreline over time. Corporate guidelines often echo with a focus on fairness and transparency, on policies that aim to align many moving parts. They set out procedures for hiring, for performance reviews, for conflicts of interest and acceptable gifts. They evoke a sense of orderly coordination, a framework that helps diverse roles fit together. The phrasing is deliberate and measured, encouraging consistent application and gentle enforcement. Through routine training and recurring reminders, these guidelines become part of the workspace atmosphere, quieting uncertainty and supporting steady collaboration. Professional codes share common features, definitions that name obligations and permissions, examples that clarify intent, and procedures that translate principle into action. They function as practical vocabularies, giving familiar words to describe difficult choices. They map a course of conduct, not as absolute decrees, but as recurrent suggestions that shape practice. Their sentences are often procedural, beginning with verbs that imply movement: document, report, inform, consult. These verbs carry a tranquil rhythm, moving daily tasks along in a predictable cadence that calms decision-making. When duties are written down, they become portable standards: a nurse's responsibility to maintain a patient's privacy, a lawyer's duty to avoid conflicts, a manager's obligation to report irregularities, all gain a steady presence when recorded. Documentation itself becomes a habit, a soft insistence that recollection be shared and verifiable. The act of writing preserves choices, and that preservation supports accountability in ways that are neither brusque nor punitive. It offers a slow trace of action, a calm archive that can be consulted in quieter moments. Training sessions translate codes into familiar gestures. Workshops and classroom exercises allow hands to move through the motions of compliance until the steps feel natural. Role play and case studies provide gentle rehearsal, a repeated practice of responses that might be needed. This rehearsal smooths rough edges and cushions stress, making adherence feel less like an imposition and more like an extension of care. Over time, these practices become quiet reflexes, the soft background of competence and reliability. Guidelines often specify how to handle sensitive information. They describe secure channels for communication, protocols for record keeping, and limits on sharing. The language is careful and intent on protecting privacy and trust. It asks professionals to consider who needs to know and when, to weigh the balance between openness and discretion. This deliberative phrasing invites slow thought, a pause before action, a small ritual of consideration that reduces haste and invites steadiness. Conflict of interest policies create gentle barriers against compromised judgment. They invite disclosure and abstention, recommending recusal when personal connections might bias decisions. The phrasing is pragmatic, offering steps rather than judgments, and asking for transparent accounting of ties and interests. Such policies help maintain impartiality, not by eliminating connection, but by acknowledging and managing it. The result is a predictable practice of declaring and adjusting, a quiet mechanism that upholds trust through modest, steady acts. Duty of care appears with particular clarity in healthcare and in legal practice. It articulates a responsibility to act competently, to seek supervision when uncertain, and to prioritize the well-being of those who rely on professional skills. The code frames this duty as continuous, not confined to dramatic moments, but present in mundane choices and ordinary attentiveness. It is expressed in the steady habit of checking, confirming, and documenting, in the gentle repetition of standards that keep practice aligned with care. Competence and continuing education are often embedded in professional guidelines. They ask that people attend trainings, renew certifications, and to update knowledge. This insistence on continual learning is calm and routine, a soft march of small steps that maintain skill and awareness. It recognizes that environments change slowly and insists on a rhythm of adaptation, a tranquil commitment to staying abreast of developments so that practice remains safe and reliable. Impartiality, neutrality, and fairness recur across professions in different phrases. In courts, it is the even application of law. In hospitals, it is the equal provision of care. In corporations, it is equitable treatment of employees and clients. Codes frame these as ongoing aims rather than fixed achievements. The language suggests steady practices, standardized procedures, fair processes, consistent documentation that distribute attention evenly and reduce arbitrary deviation. This steadiness creates predictability and comfort for those within the institutional space. Reporting mechanisms are described with gentle formality. Steps are set out for raising concerns, for seeking guidance, and for documenting possible breaches. The procedure is calming in its orderliness, inviting those who notice irregularities to proceed in measured ways. Hotlines, designated officers, and confidential reporting channels are named as resources, softening the burden of disclosure. The very presence of a process reduces anxiety, suggesting there is a known route through which questions may pass. Hierarchy and delegation appear as structural elements in codes, with clear lines indicating who supervises, who authorizes, and who is accountable. These arrangements are described as practical arrangements, facilitating coordination more than asserting dominance. They create predictable points of contact and decision, softening confusion in everyday operations. When authority is specified calmly, actions can be taken with confidence, knowing whom to consult in complex circumstances. Patient consent, client agreement, and informed decision-making are recurring themes that highlight respect for autonomy. Codes describe methods for explaining options, for documenting decisions, and for revisiting choices as circumstances evolve. They recommend plain language, careful listening, and patient pacing, all phrased in a way that slows interaction and invites clarity. This emphasis on consent shapes interactions into shared journeys, where information is offered gently and choices are recorded respectfully. Therapeutic boundaries are often defined in healthcare guidelines, clarifying appropriate interactions between caregivers and patients. These boundaries aim to preserve trust by setting limits on personal involvement and on dual relationships. Expressed in calm terms, boundaries are framed as protections for both parties, supporting healing and preventing confusion. The steady language discourages entanglement without moralizing, describing practices that sustain professional space. Client confidentiality in legal practice is articulated with literal calm. It states what may be shared, under what circumstances, and by what authority. Exceptions are noted with quiet specificity: court orders, imminent harm, or other narrowly defined circumstances, so that the norm of secrecy is not absolute, but is thoughtfully constrained. The measured tone reassures clients that their matters are treated with consistent attention and careful discretion. Financial integrity is often addressed with procedural specificity. Policies require expense reporting, segregation of duties, and transparent approval chains. These steps reduce opportunities for error and misalignment by distributing responsibilities in predictable ways. The written rules encourage routine reconciliation and periodic review, producing a steady cycle of accounting that moves at a comfortable administrative pace. The rhythm of reporting and review becomes a reassuring pattern of oversight, Documentation standards are widely emphasized. Notes, reports, and records are described as instruments for continuity and clarity. They are not mere bureaucracy, but tools that preserve memory and support future care or action. The language of record keeping is patient and precise, suggesting careful habit rather than hurried formality. When records are maintained methodically, the institution breathes with a slow, reliable steadiness that cushions transitions and clarifies choices. Supervision and mentorship appear as features of codes that cultivate competence and guidance. Guidelines recommend regular check-ins, case reviews, and reflective practice. These practices are described as supportive rather than punitive, providing safe opportunities for growth. The phrases suggest a gentle passing of knowledge through observation and feedback, like a slow exchange of light across a room, where experience illuminates the steps ahead for those still learning. Performance evaluation systems are framed to promote fairness and development. They specify criteria, timelines, and methods for feedback. The language tends to emphasize improvement and clarity, encouraging regular conversation about expectations and progress. Such systems impose a predictable cadence of review, making progress visible and manageable. The predictability allows individuals to align efforts with shared goals, reducing surprise and fostering steady progress. Whistleblowing protections find formal expression in many codes, offering guarded procedures for reporting serious concerns. These provisions are described carefully, providing anonymity options, anti-retaliation measures, and clear investigative pathways. The tone is measured, aiming to balance the need for truth-seeking with the need for procedural protection. By setting out these steps calmly, institutions invite vigilance without creating panic, reinforcing that concerns can be raised within a known framework. Cultural competence and non-discrimination often appear as explicit commitments. Codes describe respectful language, equitable treatment, and reasonable accommodations. They guide interactions across differences with gentle specificity, suggesting practices that reduce bias and increase inclusion. Training and clear examples help to translate these commitments into everyday gestures, small acts of consideration that together form a calm culture of respect. Conflict resolution procedures provide a slow map for addressing interpersonal difficulties. Mediation steps, informal conversations, and formal grievance mechanisms are described in sequence. The language recommends listening, documenting, and seeking neutral facilitation when needed. These sequences discourage escalation by offering clear, mild pathways for repair. The emphasis on stepwise resolution creates a sense of manageability, inviting involved parties to proceed with care and predictability. Ethical dilemmas are acknowledged as part of professional life, and codes often include guidance for consulting peers or ethics officers. The process is framed as collaborative reflection, a sharing of perspectives that helps refine judgment. This invitation to consult functions as an antidote to isolation, offering balanced input before decisions are finalized. The tone is collegial and steady, encouraging slow deliberation rather than hurried action. Privacy and data protection rules keep recurring roles in modern codes, specifying storage, access, and retention practices. They describe encryption, passwords, and access logs with composed clarity. These technical specifics are presented as routine safeguards, small rituals that protect information through consistent application. The measured cadence of updates and audits sustains these protections over time, like regular maintenance that keeps a machine running smoothly. Boundaries around gifts, hospitality, and outside employment are often articulated to manage influence. Codes set reasonable limits and require disclosure to maintain independence. The language is practical and calm, urging transparency and measured judgment over strict prohibition. By encouraging reporting and review, institutions shape patterns of modest restraint that keep professional priorities clear and uncomplicated. In hiring and promotion, guidelines call for fairness, structured interviews, and documented criteria. They aim to reduce bias by standardizing questions and evaluation rubrics. The steps are described in balanced language that supports predictable selection processes. This structure lends trust to personnel decisions and reduces uncertainty for those involved. The rhythm of postings, interviews, and reviews moves at an administrative pace that allows considered choice. Performance improvement plans and remediation procedures are set out as supportive measures. They outline expectations, timeframes, and resources for improvement. The phrasing avoids reproach and emphasizes development, framing missteps as opportunities to recalibrate. The steady format enables people to correct course within known boundaries, combining compassion with clarity. The presence of these plans offers a predictable route for restoration and continued practice. Emergency protocols are included with methodical detail, specifying roles, communication channels, and escalation steps. The calm language provides assurance in moments when quick coordination is needed. Clear assignments reduce confusion, allowing teams to move with coordinated efficiency. The protocols are rehearsed and recorded so that in sudden moments, action is guided by simple, practiced procedures rather than by hurried improvisation. Professional boundaries with social media and public statements are increasingly specified. Codes advise caution, clarity, and appropriate separation between personal expression and institutional affiliation. The guidance suggests reflective pauses and simple disclosure practices. This helps maintain a gentle alignment between private voices and public responsibilities, reducing friction and protecting both reputation and trust. Access to support services is often described in codes as part of duty of care for staff. Employee assistance programs, counseling resources, and peer support networks are detailed as available support. The language normalizes seeking help, framing it as routine maintenance for professional wellness. By specifying these resources, institutions reduce stigma and encourage steady self-care. Procedures for record retention and destruction are defined with careful timelines. They balance the need to preserve important history with respect for privacy and efficiency. The pace of retention is slow and deliberate, ensuring records are available when needed and removed when appropriate. This rhythm of keeping and releasing supports institutional memory without clutter, a gentle cycle of archive and renewal. Duty to report abuse or neglect is presented with unambiguous clarity where relevant. Codes command attention to observable signs and prescribe steps for making timely reports. The tone is composed and resolute, emphasizing protection and proper channels of response. These requirements anchor responsibility in specific actions, ensuring that concern is translated into measured, protective steps. Collective responsibility and team norms are often encouraged, with codes highlighting cooperation and mutual support. They suggest regular team meetings, shared documentation, and joint decision-making protocols. These practices create a slow weave of accountability, where responsibilities are carried together and mutual oversight occurs through ordinary interactions. The cumulative effect is a quiet culture of shared care. Licensure and credential verification processes are included to assure competence. Codes describe checks and renewal procedures that maintain professional standing. The steady cadence of verification reassures stakeholders that qualifications are current. This slow, regular confirmation forms a background certainty that bolsters trust in institutional competence. Procedures for handling gifts and charitable donations are carefully outlined in some institutions to prevent undue influence. They specify acceptance criteria, reporting obligations, and disposition steps. The language is practical and modest, supporting transparent handling that aligns generosity with institutional values. These steps permit benevolence while maintaining impartiality. Codes often recommend documentation of informed refusals and advanced planning tools when applicable. They suggest ways to record decisions made by those served, ensuring preferences are respected over time. The phrasing is respectful and methodical, creating a durable record of choices. This quiet attention to prior wishes supports continuity and honors autonomy in ordinary ways. Peer review mechanisms are described to maintain standards through collective evaluation. They set out criteria, procedures, and confidentiality practices for review processes. The tone is constructive, designed to improve practice by shared appraisal rather than to shame. Regular peer feedback becomes a steady source of calibration, a communal habit of reflective practice. Procedural fairness is an underlying theme in many codes, ensuring that investigations and sanctions follow known steps and standards. Policies specify notice, opportunity to respond, and impartial adjudication. These safeguards create predictability in accountability processes, calming anxieties about arbitrariness. The slow, rule-bound progression of procedures reassures participants that fairness is preserved through structure. Workplace safety policies are articulated with practical guidelines, training requirements, and reporting mechanisms. They prescribe routine checks, incident documentation, and remediation steps. The language is sober and steady, focused on prevention and on calm responses when incidents occur. The regular practice of safety checks establishes a persistent baseline of care. Succession and contingency planning are sometimes included to maintain continuity during transitions. Codes outline responsibilities for delegations, temporary authorities, and knowledge transfer. This slow design for change reduces disruption by creating predictable pathways for continuity. The rhythm of planning and review keeps institutional memory alive across personnel shifts. Ethical leadership is recommended through modest examples and expectations. Codes often model leaders' duties as transparent decision-making, openness to feedback, and consistent application of rules. The tone is measured, encouraging steady demonstration of values rather than rhetorical flourish. When leaders act with calm consistency, the institutional culture tends to mirror that quiet steadiness. Accessibility policies are defined to ensure equitable participation, describing reasonable adjustments and supportive measures. The language suggests routine accommodations and clear procedures for requesting them. This quiet attention to access creates an environment where participation is normalized and supported. The steady availability of accommodations becomes part of daily institutional rhythms. The language of professional codes is intentionally repetitive, precise, and unhurried. It invites slow absorption through repeated reference and routine application. When phrases are encountered again and again in manuals, trainings, and conversations, they settle into practice like a familiar tune. This repetition forms a background tempo that shapes action and reduces friction, encouraging decisions that are measured and steady rather than hurried or erratic. Codes of conduct in hospitals, law firms, and corporate offices read like quiet maps for daily movement. They lay out steps and expectations with soft clarity, like a low light guiding feet across a familiar floor. Each sentence names a duty. Each clause shapes routine. The language is calm and methodical, describing what to do and why, in phrases that repeat across forms and training manuals. There is a comfort in this predictability, a gentle assurance that a set of common rules will steady hands and steady minds, allowing tasks to unfold in ordinary ways and ordinary time. In medical settings, the code often centers on care and consent, on clarity of communication and attentiveness to vulnerability. It suggests ways to speak, to listen, and to record, with an emphasis on preserving dignity and reducing harm. It asks for attentiveness to bodies and stories, for quiet observation and careful inquiry. Guidelines name steps for ordinary procedures, and for those rarer moments when judgment must soften into discretion. The tone is unobtrusive and steady, shaping the small rituals that constitute a day of practice. Within law firms, the codes lean toward fidelity and candor, toward the careful handling of secrets and the measured use of advocacy. They describe confidentiality as a kind of quiet resource to be guarded with consistent attention. They advise clarity in forming agreements, in giving advice, and in choosing which matters to carry forward. The language favors precision, a calm insistence on clear records and careful argument. This steadiness helps the work move forward without undue strain, like a slow, regular tide that shapes the shoreline over time. Corporate guidelines often echo with a focus on fairness and transparency, on policies that aim to align many moving parts. They set out procedures for hiring, for performance reviews, for conflicts of interest and acceptable gifts. They evoke a sense of orderly coordination, a framework that helps diverse roles fit together. The phrasing is deliberate and measured, encouraging consistent application and gentle enforcement. Through routine training and recurring reminders, these guidelines become part of the workspace atmosphere, quieting uncertainty and supporting steady collaboration. Professional codes share common features, definitions that name obligations and permissions, examples that clarify intent, and procedures that translate principle into action. They function as practical vocabularies, giving familiar words to describe difficult choices. They map a course of conduct, not as absolute decrees, but as recurrent suggestions that shape practice. Their sentences are often procedural, beginning with verbs that imply movement: document, report, inform, consult. These verbs carry a tranquil rhythm, moving daily tasks along in a predictable cadence that calms decision-making. When duties are written down, they become portable standards: a nurse's responsibility to maintain a patient's privacy, a lawyer's duty to avoid conflicts, a manager's obligation to report irregularities, all gain a steady presence when recorded. Documentation itself becomes a habit, a soft insistence that recollection be shared and verifiable. The act of writing preserves choices, and that preservation supports accountability in ways that are neither brusque nor punitive. It offers a slow trace of action, a calm archive that can be consulted in quieter moments. Training sessions translate codes into familiar gestures. Workshops and classroom exercises allow hands to move through the motions of compliance until the steps feel natural. Role play and case studies provide gentle rehearsal, a repeated practice of responses that might be needed. This rehearsal smooths rough edges and cushions stress, making adherence feel less like an imposition and more like an extension of care. Over time, these practices become quiet reflexes, the soft background of competence and reliability. Guidelines often specify how to handle sensitive information. They describe secure channels for communication, protocols for record keeping, and limits on sharing. The language is careful and intent on protecting privacy and trust. It asks professionals to consider who needs to know and when, to weigh the balance between openness and discretion. This deliberative phrasing invites slow thought, a pause before action, a small ritual of consideration that reduces haste and invites steadiness. Conflict of interest policies create gentle barriers against compromised judgment. They invite disclosure and abstention, recommending recusal when personal connections might bias decisions. The phrasing is pragmatic, offering steps rather than judgments, and asking for transparent accounting of ties and interests. Such policies help maintain impartiality, not by eliminating connection, but by acknowledging and managing it. The result is a predictable practice of declaring and adjusting, a quiet mechanism that upholds trust through modest, steady acts. Duty of care appears with particular clarity in healthcare and in legal practice. It articulates a responsibility to act competently, to seek supervision when uncertain, and to prioritize the well-being of those who rely on professional skills. The code frames this duty as continuous, not confined to dramatic moments, but present in mundane choices and ordinary attentiveness. It is expressed in the steady habit of checking, confirming, and documenting, in the gentle repetition of standards that keep practice aligned with care. Competence and continuing education are often embedded in professional guidelines. They ask that people attend trainings, renew certifications, and to update knowledge. This insistence on continual learning is calm and routine, a soft march of small steps that maintain skill and awareness. It recognizes that environments change slowly and insists on a rhythm of adaptation, a tranquil commitment to staying abreast of developments so that practice remains safe and reliable. Impartiality, neutrality, and fairness recur across professions in different phrases. In courts, it is the even application of law. In hospitals, it is the equal provision of care. In corporations, it is equitable treatment of employees and clients. Codes frame these as ongoing aims, rather than fixed achievements. The language suggests steady practices, standardized procedures, fair processes, consistent documentation that distribute attention evenly and reduce arbitrary deviation. This steadiness creates predictability and comfort for those within the institutional space. Reporting mechanisms are described with gentle formality. Steps are set out for raising concerns, for seeking guidance, and for documenting possible breaches. The procedure is calming in its orderliness, inviting those who notice irregularities to proceed in measured ways. Hotlines, designated officers, and confidential reporting channels are named as resources, softening the burden of disclosure. The very presence of a process reduces anxiety, suggesting there is a known route through which questions may pass. Hierarchy and delegation appear as structural elements in codes, with clear lines indicating who supervises, who authorizes, and who is accountable. These arrangements are described as practical arrangements, facilitating coordination more than asserting dominance. They create predictable points of contact and decision, softening confusion in everyday operations. When authority is specified calmly, actions can be taken with confidence, knowing whom to consult in complex circumstances. Patient consent, client agreement, and informed decision-making are recurring themes that highlight respect for autonomy. Codes describe methods for explaining options, for documenting decisions, and for revisiting choices as circumstances evolve. They recommend plain language, careful listening, and patient pacing, all phrased in a way that slows interaction and invites clarity. This emphasis on consent shapes interactions into shared journeys, where information is offered gently and choices are recorded respectfully. Therapeutic boundaries are often defined in healthcare guidelines, clarifying appropriate interactions between caregivers and patients. These boundaries aim to preserve trust by setting limits on personal involvement and on dual relationships. Expressed in calm terms, boundaries are framed as protections for both parties, supporting healing and preventing confusion. The steady language discourages entanglement without moralizing, describing practices that sustain professional space. Client confidentiality in legal practice is articulated with literal calm. It states what may be shared, under what circumstances, and by what authority. Exceptions are noted with quiet specificity: court orders, imminent harm, or other narrowly defined circumstances, so that the norm of secrecy is not absolute, but is thoughtfully constrained. The measured tone reassures clients that their matters are treated with consistent attention and careful discretion. Financial integrity is often addressed with procedural specificity. Policies require expense reporting, segregation of duties, and transparent approval chains. These steps reduce opportunities for error and misalignment by distributing responsibilities in predictable ways. The written rules encourage routine reconciliation and periodic review, producing a steady cycle of accounting that moves at a comfortable administrative pace. The rhythm of reporting and review becomes a reassuring pattern of oversight. Documentation standards are widely emphasized. Notes, reports, and records are described as instruments for continuity and clarity. They are not mere bureaucracy, but tools that preserve memory and support future care or action. The language of record keeping is patient and precise, suggesting careful habit rather than hurried formality. When records are maintained methodically, the institution breathes with a slow, reliable steadiness that cushions transitions and clarifies choices. Supervision and mentorship appear as features of codes that cultivate competence and guidance. Guidelines recommend regular check-ins, case reviews, and reflective practice. These practices are described as supportive rather than punitive, providing safe opportunities for growth. The phrases suggest a gentle passing of knowledge through observation and feedback, like a slow exchange of light across a room, where experience illuminates the steps ahead for those still learning. Performance evaluation systems are framed to promote fairness and development. They specify criteria, timelines, and methods for feedback. The language tends to emphasize improvement and clarity, encouraging regular conversation about expectations and progress. Such systems impose a predictable cadence of review, making progress visible and manageable. The predictability allows individuals to align efforts with shared goals, reducing surprise and fostering steady progress. Whistleblowing protections find formal expression in many codes, offering guarded procedures for reporting serious concerns. These provisions are described carefully, providing anonymity options, anti-retaliation measures, and clear investigative pathways. The tone is measured, aiming to balance the need for truth-seeking with the need for procedural protection. By setting out these steps calmly, institutions invite vigilance without creating panic, reinforcing that concerns can be raised within a known framework. Cultural competence and non-discrimination often appear as explicit commitments. Codes describe respectful language, equitable treatment, and reasonable accommodations. They guide interactions across differences with gentle specificity, suggesting practices that reduce bias and increase inclusion. Training and clear examples help to translate these commitments into everyday gestures, small acts of consideration that together form a calm culture of respect. Conflict resolution procedures provide a slow map for addressing interpersonal difficulties. Mediation steps, informal conversations, and formal grievance mechanisms are described in sequence. The language recommends listening, documenting, and seeking neutral facilitation when needed. These sequences discourage escalation by offering clear, mild pathways for repair. The emphasis on stepwise resolution creates a sense of manageability, inviting involved parties to proceed with care and predictability. Ethical dilemmas are acknowledged as part of professional life, and codes often include guidance for consulting peers or ethics officers. The process is framed as collaborative reflection, a sharing of perspectives that helps refine judgment. This invitation to consult functions as an antidote to isolation, offering balanced input before decisions are finalized. The tone is collegial and steady, encouraging slow deliberation rather than hurried action. Privacy and data protection rules keep recurring roles in modern codes, specifying storage, access, and retention practices. They describe encryption, passwords, and access logs with composed clarity. These technical specifics are presented as routine safeguards, small rituals that protect information through consistent application. The measured cadence of updates and audits sustains these protections over time, like regular maintenance that keeps a machine running smoothly. Boundaries around gifts, hospitality, and outside employment are often articulated to manage influence. Codes set reasonable limits and require disclosure to maintain independence. The language is practical and calm, urging transparency and measured judgment over strict prohibition. By encouraging reporting and review, institutions shape patterns of modest restraint that keep professional priorities clear and uncomplicated. In hiring and promotion, guidelines call for fairness, structured interviews, and documented criteria. They aim to reduce bias by standardizing questions and evaluation rubrics. The steps are described in balanced language that supports predictable selection processes. This structure lends trust to personnel decisions and reduces uncertainty for those involved. The rhythm of postings, interviews, and reviews moves at an administrative pace that allows considered choice. Performance improvement plans and remediation procedures are set out as supportive measures. They outline expectations, timeframes, and resources for improvement. The phrasing avoids reproach and emphasizes development, framing missteps as opportunities to recalibrate. The steady format enables people to correct course within known boundaries, combining compassion with clarity. The presence of these plans offers a predictable route for restoration and continued practice. Emergency protocols are included with methodical detail, specifying roles, communication channels, and escalation steps. The calm language provides assurance in moments when quick coordination is needed. Clear assignments reduce confusion, allowing teams to move with coordinated efficiency. The protocols are rehearsed and recorded so that in sudden moments, action is guided by simple, practiced procedures rather than by hurried improvisation. Professional boundaries with social media and public statements are increasingly specified. Codes advise caution, clarity, and appropriate separation between personal expression and institutional affiliation. The guidance suggests reflective pauses and simple disclosure practices. This helps maintain a gentle alignment between private voices and public responsibilities, reducing friction and protecting both reputation and trust. Access to support services is often described in codes as part of duty of care for staff. Employee assistance programs, counseling resources, and peer support networks are detailed as available support. The language normalizes seeking help, framing it as routine maintenance for professional wellness. By specifying these resources, institutions reduce stigma and encourage steady self-care. Procedures for record retention and destruction are defined with careful timelines. They balance the need to preserve important history with respect for privacy and efficiency. The pace of retention is slow and deliberate, ensuring records are available when needed and removed when appropriate. This rhythm of keeping and releasing supports institutional memory without clutter, a gentle cycle of archive and renewal. Duty to report abuse or neglect is presented with unambiguous clarity where relevant. Codes command attention to observable signs and prescribe steps for making timely reports. The tone is composed and resolute, emphasizing protection and proper channels of response. These requirements anchor responsibility in specific actions, ensuring that concern is translated into measured, protective steps. Collective responsibility and team norms are often encouraged, with codes highlighting cooperation and mutual support. They suggest regular team meetings, shared documentation, and joint decision-making protocols. These practices create a slow weave of accountability, where responsibilities are carried together and mutual oversight occurs through ordinary interactions. The cumulative effect is a quiet culture of shared care. Licensure and credential verification processes are included to assure competence. Codes describe checks and renewal procedures that maintain professional standing. The steady cadence of verification reassures stakeholders that qualifications are current. This slow, regular confirmation forms a background certainty that bolsters trust in institutional competence. Procedures for handling gifts and charitable donations are carefully outlined in some institutions to prevent undue influence. They specify acceptance criteria, reporting obligations, and disposition steps. The language is practical and modest, supporting transparent handling that aligns generosity with institutional values. These steps permit benevolence while maintaining impartiality. Codes often recommend documentation of informed refusals and advanced planning tools when applicable. They suggest ways to record decisions made by those served, ensuring preferences are respected over time. The phrasing is respectful and methodical, creating a durable record of choices. This quiet attention to prior wishes supports continuity and honors autonomy in ordinary ways. Peer review mechanisms are described to maintain standards through collective evaluation. They set out criteria, procedures, and confidentiality practices for review processes. The tone is constructive, designed to improve practice by shared appraisal rather than to shame. Regular peer feedback becomes a steady source of calibration, a communal habit of reflective practice. Procedural fairness is an underlying theme in many codes, ensuring that investigations and sanctions follow known steps and standards. Policies specify notice, opportunity to respond, and impartial adjudication. These safeguards create predictability in accountability processes, calming anxieties about arbitrariness. The slow, rule-bound progression of procedures reassures participants that fairness is preserved through structure. Workplace safety policies are articulated with practical guidelines, training requirements, and reporting mechanisms. They prescribe routine checks, incident documentation, and remediation steps. The language is sober and steady, focused on prevention and on calm responses when incidents occur. The regular practice of safety checks establishes a persistent baseline of care. Succession and contingency planning are sometimes included to maintain continuity during transitions. Codes outline responsibilities for delegations, temporary authorities, and knowledge transfer. This slow design for change reduces disruption by creating predictable pathways for continuity. The rhythm of planning and review keeps institutional memory alive across personnel shifts. Ethical leadership is recommended through modest examples and expectations. Codes often model leaders' duties as transparent decision-making, openness to feedback, and consistent application of rules. The tone is measured, encouraging steady demonstration of values rather than rhetorical flourish. When leaders act with calm consistency, the institutional culture tends to mirror that quiet steadiness. Accessibility policies are defined to ensure equitable participation, describing reasonable adjustments and supportive measures. The language suggests routine accommodations and clear procedures for requesting them. This quiet attention to access creates an environment where participation is normalized and supported. The steady availability of accommodations becomes part of daily institutional rhythms. The language of professional codes is intentionally repetitive, precise, and unhurried. It invites slow absorption through repeated reference and routine application. When phrases are encountered again and again in manuals, trainings, and conversations, they settle into practice like a familiar tune. This repetition forms a background tempo that shapes action and reduces friction, encouraging decisions that are measured and steady rather than hurried or erratic. A panel gathers around a long table, the light dimmed to a steady glow, the papers arranged in small, careful stacks. Voices are low and measured, as if each sentence is being weighed for how it will settle in the room. The work is not dramatic, it is a quiet attending to questions, an organized listening that moves slowly from one detail to the next. People read aloud, then listen, then pause. The pauses are part of the method. They allow the group to breathe and to let a thought sink in before the next gentle step forward. Each person in the room has a role, a simple title that points to a habit of attention. There might be a chair who keeps the rhythm, a secretary who records words with steady hands, a legal advisor who brings a particular frame, and a lay member who brings an everyday voice. Some members wear clinical habits, some bring the perspective of ethics, some have experience in regulation, and some represent the broader community. These roles are not fixed identities, so much as ways of shaping the way the group listens and responds. The variety softens the edges of any single viewpoint. Before any discussion begins, a small ritual unfolds. The agenda is read in a calm voice. Minutes from the last meeting are acknowledged with a quiet assent. Possible conflicts are disclosed, and recusal is offered when a personal interest might tilt a judgment. The formality feels gentle rather than bureaucratic, a soft scaffolding that holds the conversation steady. That steadiness helps the panel move through complex questions without haste, like a slow current guiding a small boat through wide water. Deliberation itself is a patient act. Members ask clarifying questions and restate ideas to be sure they have understood. They name uncertainties aloud, not to show weakness, but to make the unknown visible. They listen with open faces, attentive to cadence and to pauses. Arguments are often restated in simpler terms, reduced to essentials. This simplicity is not a loss, but a method of care. It allows the group to touch each point gently, like pressing a finger to a surface to check its firmness. Confidentiality is taken seriously, with a quiet, procedural reverence. Sensitive information is shielded from casual circulation. Records are stored in secure places, accessible only to those who need to see them. The panels hold details that belong to patients, to research subjects, and to institutions. Keeping those details contained is a way of honoring persons and the trust that brings them to the table. The restraint around disclosure has a calming effect, like a room kept warm by careful shutters. Conflicts of interest are named slowly and without drama. When a potential conflict is identified, a member may step back, or the group may invite an external voice to avoid a tilt. This habit of recusal is practiced not as punishment, but as a way to preserve impartiality. The process itself is gentle. A simple statement, a brief pause, and the conversation shifts to include another perspective. The aim is fairness, and the means are modest, procedural, and steady. Guiding any judgment are standards that have been shaped over time. The language of minimal risk, proportional benefit, and reasonable precautions acts like a set of soft instruments. They are tools for measuring, not sharp rules that snap without thought. These standards help the committee translate abstract ethical concerns into practical recommendations. They create a common vocabulary a shared way of comparing different options. That shared language is quietly reassuring because it frames disagreements in terms that can be weighed together. Informed consent is a subject that receives patient and unhurried attention. The panels consider how information will be given, in what language, and in what setting. They think about comprehension rather than mere signature. They talk about timing, about how much information is enough, and about how choices are presented. The focus is on respect and clarity. The committee imagines the slow act of a person reading, asking a question, and deciding without rush. That imagination guides practical recommendations. Risk assessment is a careful balancing act, described in plain and steady terms. Harms are listed with simple clarity. Benefits are named without flourish. And the probabilities are treated as modest numbers that should be understood. The group often uses analogies that are quiet in tone, like a gardener weighing frost risk against expected growth. The idea is not to decide by intuition alone, but to make careful comparisons and to recommend reasonable safeguards. The result is a set of cautious suggestions that lean toward protection when uncertainty is present. Decisions are rarely made from scratch. The committee draws on precedent, on past opinions preserved in minutes and memos. These documents act like a slow memory, a record of how similar questions were handled before. They are consulted with a calm respect for continuity. The past need not constrain the present, but it offers a steady thread. That thread helps the panel see patterns and helps craft recommendations that fit into a larger institutional fabric. When a formal decision is required, the group often seeks consensus. Consensus is pursued with quiet patience through small adjustments and careful rephrasing. Sometimes a majority is sufficient, and votes are taken in a low, mechanical way. Other times, a position paper is drafted to reflect a range of views. The aim is not to silence disagreement, but to present a considered recommendation that the whole institution can rely on. The deliberative style favors gentle accommodation over sharp divisions. The chair acts like a slow, steady guide. They keep time, invite contributions, and ensure that voices are heard in turn. Their role is not to command, but to hold the process together. A good chair knows when to slow the discussion and when to move gently to decisions. They listen for when a point has been fully explored and when it needs further attention. Their interventions are small and quiet, like a hand on a rail, guiding a traveler along a steady path. Outside of formal meetings, ethics consultation is available as a quieter, more immediate resource. A clinician, a researcher, or a family member can request a brief consultation to think through an urgent question. These consultations are often conversational, happening at a bedside or over a short call. The consultant listens and offers questions and options rather than decisive commands. The emphasis is on support and clarity, on helping a person see a situation more fully before acting. Research oversight panels bring another tone of attention. They review study protocols with a methodical eye, checking designs, consent forms, and data plans. They look for safeguards for participants, for clear inclusion and exclusion criteria, and for plans to handle unexpected problems. The review is technical and humane at once. It combines awareness of scientific methods with an obligation to protect persons who will participate. The rhythm is systematic: read, question, discuss, document. Data safety, monitoring boards, and similar groups work in parallel, watching ongoing studies for signs that risks are changing. They meet at regular intervals, review reports, and sometimes suggest pauses or modifications. Their language is measured and statistical, yet grounded in the same modest concern for persons. They translate numbers into questions about safety and welfare. Their meetings are practical, a kind of careful accounting that helps a study continue responsibly or to be adjusted when needed. Professional codes act as a quiet background music. These codes provide familiar phrases and expectations that members bring into deliberation. They offer a moral grammar that shapes intuition and professional identity. When a committee references a code, it is invoking a lineage of practice and responsibility. The codes are not the whole story, but they are a steady frame that helps shape sensible recommendations. They remind participants of shared commitments that go beyond a single case. Legal counsel often attends with a calm formality, offering interpretations of regulation and statute. The legal voice adds a dimension of constraint and possibility. It clarifies what an institution must do to comply with law and where there is room for choice. This contribution is technical, offered in clear sentences that map obligations. The legal perspective is not the only lens, but it is essential to ensure that recommendations are feasible and defensible. Lay members and community representatives bring everyday sensibilities into the room. Their presence is a gentle reminder of the lives most affected by decisions. They ask questions in plain language and sometimes point to consequences that technical vocabularies can obscure. Their perspective is not less sophisticated. It is grounded in lived experience. The inclusion of lay voices helps the committee stay connected to the broader social world it serves, and it tempers the more specialized frames with practical concern. Interdisciplinarity is a slow art. When doctors, ethicists, lawyers, nurses, and community members speak together, they learn each other's rhythms. Each discipline brings its own terms, but over time, a shared language forms. This language is modest and practical. It allows the group to translate medical risks into ethical concerns and ethical principles into practical safeguards. The process of learning one another is unhurried and patient, and it strengthens the group's capacity to handle complex questions. Fair hearing procedures are observed with a quiet insistence on respect. When someone affected by a decision requests to be heard, the committee often arranges for a careful exchange. The person is given space to describe their view, and the group listens with an open posture. Questions are asked to clarify, not to challenge. This practice affirms that decisions are about people, not abstractions, and that their voices deserve consideration in a calm and structured way. Appeals and review mechanisms exist as a soft safety net. When a decision is disputed, there are slow procedures for reconsideration. These steps are deliberate and patient. They provide an organized path back to the question, allowing new evidence or perspectives to be introduced. The availability of review is reassuring in itself because it acknowledges the fallibility of any one judgment and offers a measured route to correction. Record keeping is treated like careful gardening. Minutes, opinions, and memos are filed with attention and labeled for future retrieval. The records form an archive that grows like rings of a tree, marking seasons of decisions and thought. Future members consult these archives as others once consulted the past. The preservation of records is a form of respect for institutional memory. It allows the slow accumulation of experience to inform new deliberations. Training for committee members is a routine, gentle investment. New members receive orientation materials, and more experienced members mentor them in the quiet arts of deliberation. Workshops are offered on emerging topics, on new regulations, and on methods of analysis. This educational rhythm keeps the group attuned to changing contexts while preserving steady standards. The learning is incremental, like practice at a slow instrument. Public engagement is practiced in a measured way. When panels release guidance, they often do so with calm language and clear explanations. Public summaries are drafted to explain reasoning in simple terms. Forums may be held to hear community concerns, and responses are written with care. The aim is to build trust by explaining how decisions are made without exposing private details. Communication is a steady strand between the committee and the wider world. Transparency and confidentiality are balanced with a gentle sensitivity. The committee decides what can be shared openly and what must remain private. This balance is not a conflict to be won, but a thoughtful weighing of competing goods. Public confidence is bolstered by explaining processes while protecting personal information. The balance is adjusted with modest judgment, like tilting a scale by tiny, careful degrees. Meetings follow a steady cadence. They are scheduled at predictable intervals so that matters can be prepared and reviewed in an orderly way. The rhythm of monthly or quarterly gatherings creates a predictable tempo that supports deliberation. Between meetings, small tasks are delegated and drafts are circulated for calm review. The predictability of rhythm supports the slow, steady work of oversight. There is a quiet formality to the way a meeting opens. The chair may call the meeting to order with a simple statement. Conflicts of interest are read aloud, minutes are approved, and the agenda is accepted. These rituals are small, but important. They set a respectful tone and ensure every member knows the shape of the moment. The formality acts like a frame, gentle and unobtrusive, within which careful thought can unfold. The language used in reports and recommendations is deliberately plain. Jargon is avoided when possible, and complex ideas are translated into simple clauses. This choice is a practice of inclusion, making the deliberations accessible to people who will read the documents later. It also produces clarity for decision makers who must act on the recommendations. The calm simplicity of the prose invites steady understanding rather than hurried interpretation. Pragmatism often guides deliberations. The committee considers what is feasible in a given institutional setting and recommends steps that can be implemented. This pragmatic stance does not reject principle. Rather, it shapes principle into practical measures. The aim is to make improvements that will actually be carried out, to nudge practices in safer directions through modest, achievable changes. The work is incremental and patient. Small cases receive the same attentive care as large headline matters. A single difficult consent form or an unusual clinical situation is examined with the same procedural caution as a major policy question. Each case is an opportunity to apply standards and to refine reasoning. Over time, the accumulation of responses to small cases creates a steady pattern that guides broader conduct. The patience devoted to minor matters quietly supports the integrity of the whole system. Humility is a recurring virtue in the room. Members often acknowledge uncertainty and the limits of expertise. They use qualifiers and conditional language to avoid overreach. This modesty keeps recommendations provisional and open to revision. It allows the institution to adapt as new information becomes available. The tone is not one of doubt as weakness, but of thoughtful restraint as a kind of moral prudence. Continuity is preserved through rotating membership and careful handovers. When a member's term ends, files and notes are prepared for their successor, and conversations are arranged so institutional memory is transferred. These handovers are unhurried affairs. They allow the group's slow learning to persist across changes in personnel. The rotation of members also refreshes perspectives, bringing new habits of attention into an established process. Institutional memory accumulates like sediment. The records, the stories, the style of deliberation, and the small rituals layer together over years. New members touch this accumulated material and find guidance in its steady presence. The memory does not dictate every action, but it offers a background against which new judgments are made. It is a quiet resource that helps a committee remain steady through time. Reports and opinions are written in calm, neutral tones. The language aims to be neither inflaming nor evasive. It describes facts, summarizes reasoning, and offers recommendations in measured sentences. The reports are tools for action, designed to be read slowly and acted upon thoughtfully. Their tone supports the careful implementation that follows. Follow-up is built into many recommendations. Committees often request progress reports or set conditions for reevaluation. These checks are not punitive. They are modest measures to ensure that intended protections are in place and that actions align with recommendations. The rhythm of review helps to sustain ethical practice beyond the initial decision. Committees interact with regulators and accreditors in a slow, procedural way. They prepare documentation, respond to questions, and align their recommendations with applicable standards. These interactions involve careful correspondences and methodical exchanges of information. They are part of a broader system of oversight that supports institutional integrity. Learning from mistakes and near misses is treated as part of the work. When things go awry, committees review events without spectacle, looking for lessons that can be translated into better practice. The atmosphere of review is calm and non-blaming, focused on understanding and improvement. This approach turns errors into sources of steady learning rather than seeds of recrimination. Many small decisions made over time quietly shape everyday practice. The steady accumulation of guidelines, clarifications, and precedents creates a pattern. That pattern gradually influences how clinicians speak, how researchers design studies, and how institutions manage sensitive matters. The influence is diffuse and slow, like a tide reshaping a shoreline over years. The deliberative practice itself can be seen as a form of care. The procedures, the listening, the documentation, and the gentle balancing of interests all contribute to a culture that attends to persons and to duty. The work does not rely on dramatic epiphanies, but on steady processes that make humane choices more likely. The rhythm of the committee's work is calm and continuous, a quiet practice of tending to the ethical life of an institution. In a quiet room where light rests on narrow desks, voices settle into a gentle cadence, paper breaths softly when turned, and the rhythm of footsteps muffles on the floor. A teacher's calm presence moves through the space as a steady tide. Small rituals repeat: the ring of a bell, the soft clearing of a throat, the passing of a sheet. These patterns shape attention and guide action without force. Habit builds quietly, like water shaping stone over many slow years. Choices repeated become familiar and then expected. A moment of silence can become a lesson in respect. A shared line for handing back work becomes a practice in waiting. The ordinary timing of the day teaches what is noticed and what is left to pass. Language in that room carries steady weight. Words like should, might, and thank you live in sentences and in the pauses between them. Questions are offered with gentle inflection, inviting thought rather than insisting on a single answer. Praise arrives with specific gestures and quiet notes written on the corner of a page. Corrections are offered with calm clarity and predictable follow-up. Over time, such speech trains habits of attention and of reply. The vocabulary of possibility and responsibility appears in casual turns of phrase and in the policies posted on the walls. This specific set of words frames what is visible and what is considered possible in the small world of daily learning. Curricula unfold like long, slow pathways, step by step. Each lesson connects to another, not abruptly, but with gradual linkage. Concepts are introduced, revisited, and deepened. The structure of a course acts like a garden path, guiding feet along a measured route. Sometimes the route is explicit, written in planners and syllabi. Sometimes it is tacit, felt in the flow of activities and the orderly progression of projects. Through this repetition, certain ways of thinking become familiar. Logical sequencing and attention to sources, for example, are practiced in small assignments and then expected in larger tasks. The gentle pressure of continuity gives continuity to thought and temperament. Routines hold more than convenience. They teach expectation. The same 5 minutes every morning for reflection shapes a steady habit of looking inward. Frequent opportunities to speak in pairs and groups foster a sense of cooperative exchange that is calm and measured. Time-limited tasks cultivate a sense of pacing that blends concentration with rest. When students learn to prepare materials before work begins, they acquire a habit of forethought. When they learn to clear spaces and return supplies, they practice consideration for others. These small acts accumulate and change the ambient life of the room in ways that are subtle and enduring, like leaves rearranged slowly by a breeze. Modeling occurs quietly and without grand statements. A teacher's steady arrival at the same door, carrying a folded agenda, signals the value of preparation. The way a teacher apologizes for an unintentional mistake teaches humility in action. When a teacher listens without interrupting, it gives permission to speak and be heard. Consistent demonstration of calm curiosity scaffolds a culture where questions are welcome. Children and young adults watch the steady gestures of adults and internalize a template for interaction. Those templates are not imposed in a single moment. They are absorbed through repetition and through the mild authority of presence. The architecture of the school itself speaks in soft ways. Hallways with lockers, bulletin boards filled with student work, and signage about shared values all communicate. Classrooms arranged in circles or rows suggest different relations among people. Cafeteria tables and playgrounds teach patterns of group movement and choice. The visible artifacts of the environment, the posters, the rules posted near doors, the ways coat hooks are organized, become a quiet curriculum. They make certain behaviors easier and others less likely. Over time, being in such spaces sensitizes people to a set of options and limits that feel natural and unobtrusive. Stories told in class act as slow carriers of moral texture. Narratives in literature and history show repeated motifs of care, consequence, courage, and mistake. When a class reads a story together and pauses to reflect on a character's decisions, it practices empathy and analysis in gentle tandem. Discussion invites listeners to imagine alternative choices and to consider their outcomes without immediate judgment. This steady rehearsal in imagination shapes a capacity to see multiple sides. It lingers longer than a single lecture because the mind has been invited to dwell inside other lives, softly and without rush. Assessment shapes orientations, often in ways that are quiet and cumulative. Tests and projects reward certain forms of attention and discourage others. When evaluation emphasizes collaboration, students learn to value shared work. When it emphasizes clarity and evidence, students tend to make that clarity habitual. The mechanics of grading, rubrics, feedback loops, opportunities for revision teach a view of learning as gradual refinement. Feedback that is steady and specific helps learners see iterative progress rather than abrupt verdicts. Over time, the norms embedded in assessment cultivate expectations about what counts as responsible and respectable work. Peer interactions teach norms through repetition and subtle constraint. Group projects require negotiation of roles and distribution of labor. Informal groupings during recess or study time generate invisible codes about inclusion, teasing, and support. Friendships provide an everyday laboratory where fairness and kindness are tested and rehearsed. Peers offer models both positive and less positive, and learners integrate these into their sense of what is typical. The slow diffusion of patterns among peers often operates beneath formal rules, yet it carries significant weight in shaping conduct and disposition. Teacher training and professional development continue the transmission beyond individual classrooms. Workshops and seminars about classroom management, inclusive practices, and curricular alignment provide shared frameworks for action. When educators meet and discuss specific cases or sample lessons, they calibrate responses and learn common language for addressing behavior and learning. These shared practices normalize certain expectations across rooms and grades. Mentoring relationships between experienced and novice teachers pass along tacit knowledge about tone, timing, and subtlety. The cohort effect of a staff trained in similar methods reinforces a stable culture in which small behaviors are replicated gently and widely. Schedules and calendars structure moral choices by setting priorities. The allocation of time to different subjects signals what a community values. A slow weekly meeting for reflection privileges, communal listening, a daily emphasis on physical education communicates care for bodily cultivation. The predictable movement through days and weeks creates a landscape where certain practices can take root. When time is protected for conversation, Students learn to value deliberation. When time is rushed or crowded, the chance for thought and responsibility is diminished. The steady management of time is itself a subtle teacher. Rules and their application teach certain kinds of fairness when enforced with consistency. Clear, calmly explained expectations carry more moral weight than arbitrary reprimands. When rules are applied with predictable reason, learners feel a trust in the system. Conversely, when enforcement is inconsistent, confusion and resentment diffuse slowly through group life. The manner of applying rules, quiet reminders, gradual escalation, opportunities to make amends, matters for what is learned about accountability. The quiet predictability of procedures teaches stability more than dramatic punishment ever could. Classroom rituals, like beginning with a breathing exercise or closing with a reflection, embed patterns of attention. These simple practices weave ethical content into the fabric of daily life without heavy emphasis. Over time, they help individuals develop internal practices for settling, for noticing others, and for pausing before action. The repetition of ritual builds a kind of muscle memory for restraint and presence. In this way, ethical dispositions can be shaped by the gentle daily repetition of small acts. The content of textbooks and materials carries an implicit moral framing. Choice of examples, emphasis on certain thinkers, and the sequence of topics subtly shape what minds encounter. When curricula include a range of perspectives, they model a pluralistic approach to discussion and understanding. When materials repeatedly center a narrow viewpoint, they instill a narrower sense of the world. Thoughtful selection of texts, stories, and case studies influences how learners perceive the legitimacy of various voices and the assumed boundaries of debate. The careful curation of content is thus a slow moral shaping. Disciplines teach specific virtues through their methods. Mathematics cultivates precision and logical patience. Literature cultivates empathy and interpretive openness. Science cultivates careful observation and humility about complexity. Each field models a way of engaging the world. When students move across subjects, they absorb a variety of modes of thought and a broader palette of virtues. The slow accretion of these disciplinary habits gives rise to a composite character of careful inquiry, attentive reading, and cautious inference. Policies around fairness and accommodation shape inclusion gently. When schedules allow for different paces of work, when testing offers alternative formats, and when classrooms adapt materials, a quiet message of belonging passes through. Inclusive practices teach about respect for difference by making space for diverse modes of participation. Over time, inclusive norms reduce friction and build a sense of belonging that is not declared loudly, but experienced in the ease of access. This quiet fidelity to accessibility becomes part of a school's moral atmosphere. Restorative practices, when practiced in mild, consistent ways, teach repair more than retribution. Circles for sharing feelings after conflict encourage listening without immediate judgment. A sequence of questions that invite those involved to speak about harm and needs fosters an orientation toward making amends. These processes, repeated slowly across many small incidents, train a community in mutual responsibility and gentle accountability. The emphasis is not on dramatic confession, but on gradual understanding and repair. Extracurricular activities extend the moral classroom into different contexts. Teams, clubs, and ensembles offer repeated opportunities for cooperation, leadership, and shared goals. The rhythm of rehearsals and practices shapes a steady discipline that is less formal than a class, but no less formative. Long-term involvement in an activity cultivates reliability and a sense of belonging that informs other parts of life. The ethics learned in these spaces, fair play, diligence, mutual respect, translate back into the classroom in subtle ways. Parental engagement creates a parallel rhythm that echoes school norms at home. When schools communicate calmly and regularly with families about expectations and progress, a gentle alignment forms. Parents who encounter consistent language from school and home help reinforce routines outside the formal setting. The continuity between home and school practices reduces cognitive friction and supports the slow acquisition of shared moral habits. Small meetings, written notes, and predictable routines invite families into the same steady process. The hidden curriculum is the slow, unspoken teaching that occurs in everyday practices. It is the pattern of who is called on, which works are displayed on bulletin boards, and which achievements are celebrated at assemblies. The hidden curriculum teaches implicit hierarchies and subtle biases through what is noticed and what is left unremarked. When attention is distributed equitably and recognition is varied, the hidden curriculum can promote a quiet fairness. Awareness of these hidden currents allows gentle correction and better alignment with explicit values. Mentoring relationships offer long arcs of moral influence. A teacher who checks in gently over months or years provides a steady mirror for developing habits. The slow accumulation of small acts of guidance, advice, encouragement, correction creates a relational ecology that supports ethical growth. Mentees internalize tones, practices, and evaluative standards by living alongside a wise voice. That voice does not need urgency to be effective. It needs consistency and calm presence. Conflict resolution strategies practiced in low-stakes contexts prepare a community for larger challenges. Role plays and neutral mediations teach the mechanics of listening and negotiating when stakes are small. These rehearsals reduce fear and increase competence when real disagreements arise. The steady practice of conflict skills becomes a cultural habit that mitigates escalation and fosters repair. Regular rehearsal and predictable procedures make recourse accessible and demystify the steps toward reconciliation. Civic education, practiced gradually, fosters a sense of participatory belonging. Engaging students in small governance tasks, like choosing classroom rules or planning an event, trains them in deliberation and shared responsibility. When authority is distributed in measured ways, learners practice balancing personal preference with communal needs. The slow practice of democratic habits, listening, voting, deliberating, builds a disposition towards civic engagement that is steady and enduring. Assessment literacy for students and teachers changes the moral texture of learning. When learners understand how judgments are made, and when educators share rubrics openly, the evaluative process loses its mystery. Transparency in assessment reduces anxiety and encourages an ethic of steady improvement. Students learn to see feedback as a tool for refinement rather than as a final moral verdict. Over time, this fosters a gentle growth mindset that favors effort and iterative improvement. The practice of apology and repair taught calmly in classrooms becomes a social skill that is rarely emphasized enough. Guided exercises in acknowledging harm and proposing restitution help learners experience the practical mechanics of making things right. Repeated, low-stakes opportunities to practice apology make the act less fraught and more likely to be offered when needed. A culture that normalizes sincere repair sustains trust and reduces the accumulation of unresolved harms. Professional ethics integrated into teacher practice shape how adults model responsibility. Codes of confidentiality, reporting protocols, and boundaries are taught not as punitive measures, but as forms of care. When teachers inhabit these professional norms with calm clarity, they offer a template for responsible action. Learners observe how adults balance empathy with duty and absorb a pattern of conduct that respects both individual well-being and communal safety. The atmosphere of a school forms through the slow accumulation of small decisions. The choice to greet each student by name, to display work with pride, to offer steady small corrections instead of ridicule, creates a collective temperament. Over months and years, these minor choices weave together into a distinctive moral climate. That climate is felt more than it is announced, and it shapes the inner lives of those who spend time within it. Little consistent acts of care ripple outward in quiet but persistent ways. Long-term projects teach patience and long-term responsibility. When students commit to work that spans weeks or months, they practice sustaining attention, negotiating setbacks, and sharing credit. The slow pacing of such endeavors helps embed an ethic of finishing and of contributing to something larger than an immediate reward. Repeated engagement with extended work fosters a temperament of dedication that diffuses into other areas of conduct. The pacing of transitions teaches restraint and readiness. When classes move from one activity to another with predictable calm, learners develop an internal rhythm that accommodates change. Short cues, practiced gestures, and soft warnings about impending transitions prepare attention gently. Over time, this habituation to shift without panic or abruptness shapes a capacity for measured adaptation in broader life. Finally, the cumulative effect of many small, calm practices is the quiet formation of character, not through grand pronouncements, but through the steady repetition of language, routine, ritual, and relation. People learn to act in ways that respect others and themselves. The slow rhythm of school life teaches patience, attentiveness, and a mild regard for the needs of community. It is in the slow accretion of ordinary days that ethical sensibilities find a home and grow with tranquil persistence. Rooms settle into gentle patterns, a light left on by habit, a slipper nudged under a chair. Small agreements are like soft weather in a house. They shape how people move and where they rest. One person leaves a note. Another responds with a small favor. Over time, these tiny exchanges form a quiet ledger. The ledger is not written down. It gathers in memory, in the tone of voice at the sink, in the habit of checking the mailbox. Each ordinary act is a stone placed on a slow path that others will follow. Language of right and wrong in a home is often practical and particular. Please and thank you make a gentle map of attention and consideration. Rules about noise or lights are not only about sound or brightness, they are signals about respect and predictability. A closed door can be a request, A shared cup can be a small proof of care. These signals are subtle and repeated. They are learned by watching, by following, by an occasional gentle correction. Habitual patterns become the grammar of daily life. Obligation in a household shows itself in the ordinary duties. Someone empties the trash. Someone else waters a plant. The word obligation may sound heavy, but here it sits in quiet actions. Permissions also organize the day. Permission to borrow a sweater or to use the car is extended and returned. Moral worth is often judged by consistency. Small failures accumulate like dust. Small attentions polish surfaces over time. When someone keeps small promises, trust grows almost without announcement. Household rules are modest and numerous. A rule about mail sorting or recycling can be as significant as a rule about privacy. These regulations are ways for people to harmonize rhythms. They keep mornings from clashing and evenings from fraying. Rules are sometimes explicit, sometimes implied. They are taught without formal lectures in the rehearsal of daily tasks. When rules are consistent, they reduce friction. When they are arbitrary, they become a source of irritation. Still, people adapt, trading small habits for smoother shared space. Reputational patterns in a family form gradually. A person known for punctuality is relied upon for tasks at a certain time. A person known for forgetting keys is met with a brief pause and a helping hand. Reputation is a slow accumulation of ordinary moments. It is not fixed. It changes with new behavior, with apologies, with responsibility reclaimed. Neighbors and relatives notice small signals. Reputation functions as a soft enforcement. It influences invitations, trust in borrowing, and confidence in shared plans. It is both delicate and resilient. Privacy in private life is a modest currency. A closed drawer, an unread journal, the muteness of a phone screen. Each is a small guardian of autonomy. Respect for privacy is expressed through small practices. One knocks before entering. One refrains from reading messages aloud. These practices teach a sense of bodily and emotional borders. They are not elaborate philosophies. They are steady gestures that say, simply, this person is separate. They permit intimacies to grow without pressure. Moral education in families operates through example more than argument. A child watches how anger is held or released. A teenager observes how money is spent. Adults learn too. The process is slow. Lessons are learned in ordinary repetition. A child learns to share by 1,000 small moments of play and turn-taking. They learn fairness when household chores are distributed in ways that make sense and feel balanced. The method is quiet. It is practice, not proclamation. Household decision-making often balances efficiency and care. Choosing what to cook for dinner weighs flavors and nourishment with timetables and energy. Deciding who will take the car is a negotiation shaped by schedules and small favors owed. These decisions are rarely dramatic. They involve weighing convenience against other people's needs. Over time, the patterns that emerge show the value system in small scale. A family that routinely sacrifices comfort for another's ease demonstrates a certain moral priority, and so does the reverse. Promises in private life are usually modest. They are promises to pick up a child, to call before coming home late, to fix a leaking faucet. Keeping these promises signals reliability. Failing them creates tiny ruptures. Repairing a rupture might be a sincere apology, a practical fix, or a new routine that prevents recurrence. Trust is repaired slowly, Mechanical repair is sometimes paired with words. Words alone are rarely enough. So is action alone. Together, they weave back a sense of safety. Forgiveness, in a domestic setting, tends to be practical and ongoing. Small hurts happen. A forgotten anniversary, a curt word, a missed meeting at the corner store. Forgiveness is not a single grand ceremony. It is an ongoing letting go paired with recalibrated expectations. It implies that one will not catalog every slight forever. Forgiveness preserves the ability to interact without tallying grievances at every turn. It allows the house to continue as a shared place of rest. Chores are moral lessons in disguise. Sorting laundry, washing dishes, taking out compost. These tasks distribute care across the household. When chores are shared fairly, they model reciprocity. When they fall disproportionately, they expose underlying imbalances. Conversations about chores are often practical, not moralized, yet they reveal deeper questions about respect, capacity, and priority. A rota on the fridge is a simple mechanism. A gentle altering of habits over months is another. Both are ways to institutionalize mutual support. Daily rituals are small anchors. A morning cup of tea made for another person. A nightly check that doors are locked. A weekend walk. Rituals create predictability. They comfort by being known and repeated. In their repetition, rituals teach values. Making a bed can become an exercise in taking care. Sitting together for a meal can be an expression of mutual presence. Rituals do not need to be grand to be meaningful. They are significant in their steadiness. Silence can be part of the moral atmosphere. In a home, silence may be peaceful, allowing thought and rest. It may also be a way of avoiding conflict. Differentiating peaceful silence from avoiding important conversation is part of daily moral discernment. Sometimes a gentle question breaks a silence into something productive. Sometimes silence is chosen as a form of respect for someone who needs space. The moral quality of silence depends on context and intention. Attention is a kind of moral currency. Looking up when someone speaks, listening to the small complaint about a day, noticing a bruise, remembering a preference. These acts are ways of valuing another person. Attention is cheap and costly at once. It requires small sacrifices of distraction. It pays back in trust and connection. A family's readiness to attend to each other quietly often determines how conflicts are resolved and how comfort is distributed. Boundaries in private life are practiced gently. A boundary may be a request for alone time after work. It may be a preference about music in shared spaces. Boundaries are not walls, but guidelines for cohabitation. When boundaries are communicated respectfully, they reduce friction. When they are enforced with anger, they create sharpness. Healthy boundaries are flexible enough to share warmth, steady enough to protect autonomy. They are learned by trial and calibrated day by day. Small economies in a household reflect moral choices. Money is spent on groceries, on repairs, on small gifts. Choices about expenditure reveal what is valued. Saving for a trip, making a modest donation, prioritizing medical needs. Each choice is a statement of care. Financial habits influence trust. Transparency about shared funds reduces suspicion. Secret spending erodes trust in slow, nearly invisible ways. The ethics of household finance is a gentle arithmetic of needs and promises. Care for elders or dependents is a slow moral test. Getting up at odd hours, arranging appointments, adjusting plans. These acts are both practical and moral. Caregiving often reshapes identity and time. It also changes how the household makes decisions. Choices become less about convenience and more about presence. The moral demands are sustained. They are not dramatic, but enduring. They reveal commitments that are tested by fatigue and yet persist through routine. Small pleasures are ethical too. Brewing a preferred tea, saving a mug for someone, leaving a note with a favorite quote. These gestures are investments in another's well-being. They are not extravagant. They are attentions that say, in quiet ways, you matter. These gestures accumulate. They shift the tone of a household. Over weeks and years, they create a background warmth that softens friction and cushions misunderstandings. Play and imagination are moral laboratories in family life. Children use games to practice fairness, to explore roles, to test boundaries. Adults sometimes rejoin this practice, using humor and shared stories to negotiate tension. Play teaches flexibility and empathy. It teaches how to take turns and how to handle disappointment. It is often where moral imagination grows. Imagining another's perspective in pretend situations prepares one for real compassion. Apologies in a household are frequent and small. A person says, "I'm sorry for snapping." The tone is even. The apology is paired with a small repair, making tea, listening, adjusting behavior. An apology signals recognition of another's experience. It closes or narrows a gap that was created. Repeated sincerity, embodied in action, reaffirms trust. Habitual excuses, by contrast, do not restore the same sense of safety. Secrets in a family can be sheltering or corrosive. A secret kept to protect someone's dignity is different from a secret that hides harm. The moral quality of secrecy depends on the effect it has on relationships and safety. Secrets that preserve privacy can be kind. Secrets that undermine autonomy or enable wrongdoing are harmful. Negotiating what to keep and what to share is a delicate process. It requires attention to needs and to the capacity of others to receive truth. Sharing space invites negotiation of competing needs. One person's need for quiet work may conflict with another's need to listen to a class recording. The process of negotiation teaches compromise. It teaches how to schedule, how to orient one's actions around the needs of others when possible. It is not about always yielding. It is about balancing. Over time, these negotiated accommodations become part of the household's moral vocabulary. Recognition of small efforts reinforces moral patterns. Saying thank you for a small errand, leaving a note of appreciation, acknowledging a late night. These recognitions repay attention with social value. They lubricate cooperation. A household that practices small recognitions tends to have more goodwill stored between people. It is a soft feedback loop that promotes future acts of care. Routine accountability is quiet. A person misses a meeting and explains. Another follows up the next day. Accountability in family life is less formal than in institutions. It is conversational and ongoing. It can be a quiet expectation that one will notice and respond. It also takes the form of mutual adjustments, agreeing on how to manage recurring tasks, and gently reminding when someone slips. The moral force here is not punishment, but restoration of predictability. Minor conflicts often resolve by pattern rather than adjudication. A long-standing incompatibility may fade when new routines are adopted. A habit of leaving lights on may be corrected by a new placement of switches. Practical changes often obviate repeated moral complaints. Moving objects, assigning roles, or buying an extra utensil can settle friction. This pragmatic aspect of domestic ethics is a form of quiet ingenuity. Gratitude in a household is habitual and understated. Saying thank you after a meal, leaving a short message about a small kindness. Gratitude reduces the sense of taking each other for granted. It acknowledges labor that might otherwise be invisible. When gratitude is routine, it becomes part of the air. It does not need to be excessive. It simply names the care present in ordinary affairs. Trust is built in the everyday, returning from work at a predicted hour, providing an expected payment, answering the phone. These acts accumulate into a sense of reliability. Trust is also fragile. A small pattern of inconsistency shifts expectations. Rebuilding trust involves consistent reinstatement of dependable acts. The scale of acts needed to rebuild may be large or small, depending on context. The rhythm of repetition is central. Promises to children often have a practical bent. Reading for 10 minutes before bed, attending a recital. These promises teach dependability. When adults fail to keep such promises, children notice how words and actions align or diverge. The teaching is subtle. Children learn to interpret adults' reliability. This learning shapes expectations about the world and about interpersonal obligations. Moral intuitions in private settings are frequently context-sensitive. What feels like fairness in one family may feel unequal in another. Cultural patterns and individual temperaments shape what seems right. Negotiation and conversation calibrate these intuitions. Over time, a household crafts its own norms. Those norms reflect accumulated compromises and shared priorities. They are neither purely moral nor purely practical, but a blend. Small rituals of repair maintain a moral equilibrium. After a disagreement, sharing a cup of tea or going for a short walk together can re-establish connection. These rituals are not a universal prescription. They are tools that households adapt. They provide rhythm and a soft structure for resolving friction. Their predictability is part of their strength. Household governance is often informal yet effective. A whiteboard calendar, a shared messaging thread, a weekly check-in. These low-key structures coordinate actions. They distribute responsibility without ceremony. They also provide a platform to raise small concerns before they grow. The moral dimension is in the commitment to use these tools and to respect the time and attention they require. Language choice in family conversations carries moral weight. Speaking calmly, using inclusive pronouns, avoiding sharp labels. These choices frame how people are perceived and treated. Polite language does not erase responsibility, but it shapes the tone of accountability. A home that cultivates measured speech tends to manage conflict with less damage. Careful listening is a habit that heals. Listening without immediate correction allows someone to feel heard. This gentle listening does not mean agreeing. It means allowing space for another's interior life. In homes where listening is valued, people risk less shutdown and more collaboration. Listening is a practical exercise in moral regard. Time management reveals priorities. Who stays up late to help with homework? Who adjusts work hours to attend a parent-teacher meeting? These choices show what is prioritized. They shape relationships by reallocating hours, energy, and attention. They are acts of moral valuation made visible through schedule adjustments. A household's response to scarcity tests moral commitments. Limited money, time, or space require decisions that reveal underlying ethics. Sharing limited resources equitably can be an expression of fairness. Hoarding scarce essentials may point to deeper fears or misunderstandings. The way scarcity is handled can bind a family together or estrange its members. Inheritance of habits is a slow moral transmission. Children learn routines, speech patterns, and attitudes toward obligations by absorbing them. Habits of punctuality, generosity, or irritability travel silently from one generation to another unless intentionally addressed. This inheritance is not predetermined. It is shaped by reflection, correction, and example over years. Neighbors and small communities intersect with private ethics. A shared driveway, a borrowed ladder, an exchanged casserole after an illness. These acts extend household norms into a broader social web. Reputation beyond the home influences invitations and support. Neighborly acts are small moral signals that ripple outward. Repairing material objects in a household is a moral metaphor. Fixing a broken chair, rather than discarding it, shows care for resources and continuity. Teaching a child to mend a torn shirt stands for patience and resilience. The practice of repair values longevity and attentive hands. It reframes imperfection as something to be addressed rather than hidden. Conversations about future plans encode values, deciding where to live, when to retire, how to allocate savings. These deliberations translate moral priorities into pragmatic arrangements. They are slow and involve trade-offs. The process itself can be as important as the decision because it shows how people attend to each other's hopes and constraints. Small acts of fairness smooth friction, letting someone sleep in on a weekend after a long week, taking turns with a favored chair, quietly sharing the best of a household's resources. These acts may be anonymous and unannounced, yet they cultivate a steady equanimity. They do not require explanation, only the simple habit of noticing. Patterns of accountability sometimes require external aids, a shared chore chart, reminders on a phone, or agreed consequences for repeated oversights can help maintain balance. These mechanisms reduce the need for repeated moralizing. They create predictable responses to predictable lapses. The moral tone becomes procedural rather than accusatory. Small remembrances make moral gestures durable. An afternoon devoted to cleaning a relative's attic, saving a child's artwork, placing a meaningful object on a shelf. These are acts that honor continuity. They signal that certain relationships and memories are to be preserved. The practice of preservation is a gentle ethic of respect for time and for persons. Comforting rituals at the end of a day are morally significant. A shared debrief about the day's events, an offer of tea, the ritual of switching off lamps. These acts mark the threshold between public and private hours. They help close the day with mutual presence, however quiet. They are not dramatic, only steady. Patterns of reciprocity govern small favors. Borrowing a car often entails a quiet understanding about cleanliness and fuel. A favor given without expectation is a small moral gift. The balance of favors owed and returned is maintained by memory and mutual sensitivity. When favors are counted too strictly, the atmosphere cools. When they are offered freely, warmth spreads and obligations feel less burdensome. Silences around certain topics become part of household history. Some subjects are repeatedly postponed because they risk hurt. The presence of a never discussed item is itself an ethical phenomenon. It signals unresolved tension. Over time, people may choose to address these topics or continue to allow the omission. Either choice is a moral decision in its own right. Small continuities build a sense of home. The smell of a favorite meal, the placement of photographs, the cadence of shared jokes. These continuities gather meaning. They do not demand grand expressions. They accumulate quietly, forming a background against which moral choices are made and remembered. A slow sort of calculation sits at the heart of many careful choices. It is the kind of counting that is not rushed, that moves by small, soft steps. One way people settle questions uses a gentle weighing of benefits and harms, a calm tally of comforts and strains. In that approach, we imagine how different outcomes might unfold, and we let their quiet contours touch us. We place one small good next to another, and we note where the balance gently tips. This is not a dramatic verdict. It is a patient, almost abstract folding of possibilities, like leaves pressed together, to see which shapes remain visible. These cost-benefit reflections can be very precise or very loose. Sometimes a number feels right, a measured estimate that fits into a careful spreadsheet of thought. Sometimes the counting is softer, a worn habit of thinking that has learned the usual results of similar choices. Both versions move slowly from fact to judgment. They take account of likely consequences, near and distant. They imagine a time beyond the immediate moment and listen for the way small changes accumulate. The quiet arithmetic of likely outcomes becomes, over time, a familiar voice in decision-making. There are also rule-following procedures that ask us to attend to established forms. These are scripts for action, written or unwritten, that guide conduct in predictable ways. A rule gives us a path to walk, a gentle line to follow when situations repeat. Rules conserve effort by offering rehearsed responses. They provide a steady pulse to daily life, a rhythm of acceptable behavior that reduces discretion. In many settings, following the rule is itself a way of caring for others because it preserves predictability and trust. The comfort of a rule is its reliability, the ease with which it can be applied to ordinary moments. Sometimes rules need interpretation. In quiet, thoughtful application, we bend rules toward their underlying intention. We ask what the rule was meant to protect or promote, and we consider how that purpose fits the present case. This slow movement from letter to spirit is careful and conservative. It maintains continuity with past practice while remaining open to nuance. The interpreter listens not for dramatic change, but for a calm adaptation that keeps the rule functional and humane. The result can feel like smoothing a worn path so that it remains walkable for those who follow. Character-based evaluation offers another soft route to judgment. Instead of counting outcomes or following formulas, this method considers the kind of person one becomes through one's actions. It looks at traits that shape conduct across time: patience, courage, honesty, and gentleness. Here the question is less about isolated acts and more about habits. The moral actor is imagined as someone who has learned certain stable ways of responding to life. Deliberation in this mode asks which choice fosters a more compassionate heart, a steadier temperament, or a clearer conscience. When organizations use character-based ways of judging, they often cultivate shared virtues. A hospital might value attentiveness and humility. A school might prize curiosity and perseverance. These virtues are not single acts, but patterns of behavior reinforced by practice. They are learned slowly through example, ritual, and everyday expectation. The communal aspect of virtues means that institutions can shape character gently through repetition and recognition, through the quiet work of modeling and feedback. In time, these cultivated dispositions become a soft background to decisions, a steady influence on how people choose. A combined approach is common and soothing in its balance. Individuals and groups often mix outcome-focused calculation, rule-respecting discipline, and character-oriented aspiration. Each mode corrects the other. Calculations bring attention to consequences. Rules provide stability. Virtues invite integrity. Together, they form a modest architecture of judgment. The combination is like a small garden where different plants support one another. Tall stakes for climbing vines, deep-rooted shrubs for steadying the soil, and soft moss that keeps moisture. The garden grows in a quiet, interdependent way. Moral reasoning can also involve casuistry, a delicate art of analogy and precedent. In this approach, we look to past cases that resemble the present one and draw careful parallels. The mind moves slowly through each remembered situation, noting the subtle similarities and differences. The strength of this method lies in its humility. It treats judgment as an exercise informed by experience rather than by rigid theory. There is a calm respect for precedent, tempered by attentive adjustment. One imagines a long table of past decisions, each a gentle marker that helps illuminate the path forward. Another method is reflective equilibrium, a patient balancing of principles and intuitions. One begins by offering a few situational judgments that feel right, quiet convictions about particular cases. Then one articulates general principles that would support those judgments. The slow work is to adjust both until they fit together in harmony. This method respects both immediate moral sense and broader rules. It is a kind of thoughtful tuning, like setting the strings of an instrument until their tones blend. The process is gradual and revising, continually moving toward a calm coherence. When groups deliberate, they sometimes use structured procedures that are intentionally slow and inclusive. A community meeting, an ethics committee, or a review board will follow steps, present facts, collect perspectives, ask clarifying questions, test arguments, and seek reasons that others can accept. The rhythm of this procedure is designed to avoid haste. It allows for pause, for written reflection, for consultation with absent voices. Each step is small and measured, so that conclusions form through a series of soft refinements rather than through abrupt leaps. The result tends to be a settled judgment that feels accountable and open to further reflection. Moral uncertainty is a companion to many of these methods. We often lack complete information or clear evidence about long-term consequences. Reasoning under uncertainty requires a calm weighing of probabilities and prudential thresholds. It can be soothing to adopt modest standards, prefer actions that avoid serious foreseeable harm, or seek reversible options that can be changed as more becomes known. This cautious posture is not timid. It is simply respectful of the limits of knowledge. It invites patience, the willingness to gather more information, and the humility to postpone final decisions when possible. Heuristics play a quiet role in everyday moral thought. These mental shortcuts help us make sensible choices without laboring over every detail. Rules of thumb like do no obvious harm, keep promises, or treat people with basic respect guide much ordinary conduct. They are not flawless, but they are steady companions. Heuristics simplify complexity in a way that often preserves what is most important. Over time, these habits of thought become part of moral temperament, the background music against which smaller choices are made without stress. Empathy and perspective taking are gentle techniques of moral imagination. They invite us to try on another person's experience, to imagine their point of view in a slow, careful way. This practice reshapes calculations of benefit and harm, softening abstract numbers with the concrete feeling of another's life. When we imagine someone else's quiet fears or small comforts, the balance of reasons can shift. The exercise of empathy is not a quick leap. It is a patient listening to internal voices that were previously silent. It can transform otherwise technical deliberations into humane ones. Impartiality is a guiding ideal in many forms of reasoning. It asks that similar cases be treated alike and that personal bias be set aside. There is a tranquil fairness in asking whether a rule or outcome would still seem justified if one did not know one's place in the scenario. This perspective has a balancing effect. It invites us to remove special pleading and to consider the general implications of actions. The practice of impartiality is often done slowly by mentally rotating perspectives and slowly reducing personal attachments until a clearer public reason remains. Aggregation is a quiet, mathematical step in many consequentialist approaches. It adds together the small gains and losses of many individuals to see what the total effect might be. The technique is simple and repetitive. Estimate the effect on each person, then sum. This method can be soothing for its clarity, but it also calls for careful attention to distributional concerns. The same total can feel different depending on who gains and who loses. The calm practice here is to note both the total sum and the pattern of distribution, and to let both inform gentle judgment. Thresholds and constraints offer another way to manage competing reasons. We might accept certain trade-offs until a specific boundary is reached, beyond which a different rule holds. This approach gives a rhythm to decision-making. Normal trade-offs are allowed within a safe zone, but some harms are treated as off-limits. The use of thresholds can be reassuring because it protects important values from being overwhelmed by marginal gains. It creates clear, slow-moving limits that conserve core moral commitments. Second-order rules help when first-order principles conflict. These are rules about rules, ways to decide which principle takes precedence in a given domain. They are procedural aids that reduce moral friction. An example is giving emergency duties priority over routine obligations in crisis situations. The second-order framework is not flashy. It is like a map legend that explains how to read more complex signs. It brings a quiet clarity to otherwise messy conflicts and makes it possible to proceed without collapsing into improvisation. Deliberative pauses are small practices that groups and individuals use to slow down. They are simple acts. Take a night before deciding, schedule a period of reflection, or require a waiting period for major actions. These pauses allow emotions to settle and additional information to surface. They are practical safeguards against rashness and help reasoning align with more stable preferences. The practice of pausing is gentle and ordinary, but it often prevents regret by ensuring choices are made with a calmer mind. Consultation and distributed reasoning are communal methods that spread responsibility. Instead of one person deciding, groups gather relevant expertise and experiential knowledge. A team in a hospital, for instance, combines clinical judgment with patient values and legal constraints. Distributed reasoning acknowledges the limits of any single perspective and values a measured pooling of insights. The slow accumulation of different voices creates a richer picture and helps decisions feel more grounded. It also promotes shared ownership of outcomes and the gentle discipline of mutual accountability. Documentation and record keeping are modest but important methods. Writing down reasons, options considered, and the steps taken creates a clear trail of thought. This practice is calming because it externalizes uncertainty and makes review possible. Records allow future revision, correction, and learning. They make the quiet architecture of reasoning visible so that others can follow the slow progression of thought. In this way, documentation supports continuity and the steady improvement of decision-making over time. Calibration of judgment is a slow skill. Learning how well our moral intuitions match outcomes. People can gently assess whether their past soundings tended to overestimate harm or underestimate it. Organizations can review decisions and compare predictions to what actually happened. This measured feedback helps refine future reasoning. Calibration is like tuning a set of scales. Subtle adjustments lead to more reliable outcomes. It is not done hurriedly, but through the patient accumulation of evidence and reflective practice. Moral emotions have a soft role in reasoning. Feelings like guilt, compassion, or indignation can signal important moral considerations. The gentle method is to listen to such emotions without being captive to them. Emotions inform, but do not dictate. They provide sensitive data points that require interpretation. The calm interpreter notices emotional signals, checks them against evidence and principles, and integrates them in a measured way. This balanced approach respects the moral salience of emotions while maintaining deliberative control. Probabilistic thinking is helpful when outcomes are uncertain. It replaces absolute certainties with gradations of likelihood. Reasoners assign gentle weights to different scenarios and let those weights inform choices. This approach is less dramatic than bold predictions. It is a soft accounting of chance, a way to plan for various contingencies. In slow moral reasoning, probability reduces the demand for certainty and opens space for responsive strategies that can be changed if probabilities shift over time. Safe to try experiments are modest strategies for dealing with novelty. When a new policy or action is possible, one can design a limited trial that preserves options for reversal. These experiments allow learning in real time without irrevocable consequences. The method is patient and pragmatic. Test a narrow change, observe outcomes, and then decide whether to scale or withdraw. This incremental approach honors caution and values experience, turning large moral questions into a sequence of smaller, less risky steps. Transparency and explanation are also methods of moral reasoning in public contexts. When decisions are explained calmly and fully, they become testable and improvable. Clear reasons invite critique and help others understand trade-offs. This openness is not performative. It is a modest practice of sharing the slow work of thinking. Transparency builds trust by showing the reasoning process, not merely the conclusion. It encourages constructive feedback and ongoing refinement. Moral education is a method that shapes future reasoning, teaching principles, modeling deliberative habits, and encouraging reflective practice all cultivate the capacities for calm moral thought. Education is gradual and repetitive, embedding ways of thinking into daily habits. It emphasizes listening, considering others' views, and practicing structured inquiry. Over time, pedagogy transforms isolated decisions into part of a cultivated moral sensibility. The effect is slow but durable, like a tree growing rings over the years. Institutional incentives and structures quietly shape reasoning by aligning individual motives with collective values. When organizations reward careful deliberation, they make slow thinking more likely. Rules that require conflict checks or interdisciplinary review create time and space for deliberation. These structures are mechanistic but gentle. They nudge practice rather than dictate content. By shaping incentives, institutions help ensure that moral reasoning is not left only to isolated impulses, but supported by communal designs. Narrative reasoning gives shape to moral choices through stories. People make sense of options by imagining the life arc they produce, the small events that become a coherent tale. Narrative thinking is a slow unfolding, where each consequence is another sentence in a quiet story. It helps translate abstract considerations into lived experience. When we frame options as stories, we can see how habits accumulate, how relationships are altered, and how reputations form. This method is soft and scene-based, guiding decisions through a sequence of imagined days and years. Moral imagination includes creative thought experiments that explore unusual scenarios to test principles. It is a gentle extension of empathy, asking not only what others feel, but what could happen under different arrangements. These thought experiments are careful rehearsals of possibility, helping to reveal hidden implications or edge cases. They are not fantasies for their own sake, but structured imaginings that illuminate practical constraints. The practice enriches reasoning by expanding the range of considered futures in a quiet, controlled way. Dispute resolution methods are procedural ways to settle conflicting moral claims. Mediation, arbitration, or negotiated compromise provide a calm architecture for resolving disagreements. These processes focus on interest, underlying concerns, and mutual accommodation. The approach values restoration and practical repair over winner-take-all outcomes. It is a measured way to translate competing reasons into workable settlements. By structuring give and take, these methods protect relationships while attending to ethical commitments. Routine moral practices form the background of many decisions. Daily habits, small rituals, and predictable procedures embed moral reasoning into ordinary life. Brushing away distraction, pausing before a response, or checking for conflicts of interest are all small practices that steady moral judgment. Over time, these routines create a moral climate that defaults toward careful consideration. The practices themselves are slow and repetitive, but their cumulative effect is a stable temperament that shapes choices without drama. Boundary setting clarifies what falls within a decision maker's remit. Knowing who is responsible for which domain reduces moral muddle. Boundaries make it easier to apply appropriate standards and to seek specialist input when needed. They also protect against moral overreach by providing clear lines of accountability. The practice of drawing boundaries is unhurried and pragmatic. Define responsibilities, establish referral points, and allow expertise to inform where appropriate. Clarity of role simplifies reasoning and preserves focus. Collective learning systems capture lessons and gently improve future decisions. When organizations have mechanisms to review outcomes and incorporate lessons, they transform isolated judgments into cumulative wisdom. These systems create slow feedback loops. Decisions are analyzed, patterns identified, and practices adjusted. The emphasis is on modest improvements over time rather than sudden overhaul. This steady iteration refines moral reasoning, making future choices more informed and more aligned with shared values. Reflective solitude is a private method that complements communal procedures. Taking time alone with a journal, a quiet walk, or a slow breath allows deeper alignment of belief and action. In solitude, we can test our motives, examine inconsistencies, and clarify priorities. This inner work is not theatrical self-examination, but a simple, calm rehearsal of reasons. It helps maintain integrity by connecting actions to considered principles. The habit of reflective solitude supports better public decisions by ensuring that private conscience has been engaged. Soft institutional memory preserves the reasoning styles and values of a group across time. Mentoring, storytelling, and archived deliberations carry forward lessons and norms. This continuity helps new members learn the community's ways of thinking and prevents avoidable repetition of past errors. Institutional memory is not rigid tradition, but a slow accumulation of practical wisdom. It fosters a patient approach to moral questions by anchoring them in accumulated experience. Finally, the gentle integration of methods recognizes that no single procedure is sufficient. The best decisions often come from a patient mix: careful calculation, balanced by rules, informed by character, softened by empathy, and checked by procedure. This integrated approach is modest and cautious. It values incremental improvement and respectful dialogue. The practice is steady and habitual, not urgent, and it creates a space where moral reasoning can unfold slowly, gently tending to the small, ordinary choices that together shape a good life. Audits move slowly, like a quiet river tracing an established bed. They follow patterns that were set down before, tracing the curves of policies, procedures, and habits. The movement is methodical. It is not hurried. An auditor takes note of what is written, how things are recorded, how practices appear in daily routines. The work is attentive. It seeks to match action to promise and to observe where the two drift apart. There is a patient collecting of documents, a steady checking of dates, a gentle aligning of claims with evidence, all done in a tone of careful attention rather than sudden judgment. Compliance reports arrive in soft, folded shapes. They summarize layers of activity in calm language. They translate many small choices into measured phrases. A compliance report will list steps taken, thresholds met, exceptions noted. It will point toward patterns, not to single moments alone. The report is a map of ordinary actions over time. It helps others see what has been done and what remains. The tone is neutral, the facts quiet. There is an evenness to the descriptions, a sense of balance between detail and overview that invites reflection rather than alarm. Disciplinary procedures unfold slowly and with clear steps. They begin with a recorded concern, a careful interview, a review of notes, and a chance for responses. Each step is paced so that no sudden surprises appear. There is usually a moment of pause, a chance to collect thoughts, and a time for both questions and explanations. The aim is not to punish recklessly, but to follow rules that protect fairness. The process allows for clarity, for evidence to be examined gently, and for proportionate measures to be considered, all carried out with a steady, impartial tone. Accountability is supported by systems that mark what has been done and what has been promised. Records serve as quiet companions, keeping a historical trace. Logs, minutes, email chains, and reports form a lattice of memory. They do not shout, they simply remain, accessible when needed. These traces allow a later reading of events, a way to see who decided what and when. The presence of such records can comfort and can correct. They are part of a slow apparatus that aids transparency and allows for coherent reconstruction of sequences of action. The independence of reviewers matters in subtle ways. When those who look closely are not entangled in the matters they examine, their observations gain a softer authority. Independence creates space for impartial reflection. It reduces the pressure of immediate loyalties and permits a steadier assessment. Sometimes, a rotation of reviewers or the involvement of external auditors brings a new angle, a fresh clarity that helps organizations breathe. This rotation is not dramatic. It is a calm reminder that fresh eyes can notice details that habitual observers do not. Sampling techniques guide where attention is placed. Not every instance can be examined in full, so a careful sample is chosen. The choice is deliberate and quiet. Sampling aims to represent the whole through its parts. It can be random or targeted. It can follow risk assessments or focus on routine pathways. The method is mindful and conservative. There is an acceptance that no method can be completely exhaustive, so the process is modest about its claims and precise about its limits. This modesty is a form of respect for complexity. Risk assessments are gentle glances forward. They imagine how small oversights might grow into larger problems. They weigh probabilities and consider consequences. The language used is calm: likelihood, impact, mitigation. Risk assessment does not seek to erase all uncertainty. It simply acknowledges it and prepares measured responses. By doing this, organizations create quieter conditions in which routine work can proceed without constant fear. The measures suggested are proportional and designed to be manageable over time. Whistleblowing channels exist as quiet corridors through which concerns may be passed. They are designed to protect those who speak and to ensure that observations are received without immediate reprisal. These channels are often accompanied by assurances, documentation processes, and follow-up steps. A concern passed through such a corridor is recorded, reviewed, and integrated into the broader, measured process of oversight. The existence of these channels provides a subtle safety net. They reassure individuals that there is a way to voice doubts without sudden exposure. Transparency is like clear glass. It lets light in, and it permits others to see shapes and movements within. A transparent organization allows its policies, its decisions, and its outcomes to be accessible in measured ways. Transparency does not imply total exposure. It implies purposeful clarity. Timelines, criteria, and outcomes are shared in ways that allow interested parties to understand decisions. This sharing is a slow act of trust building. It reassures partners, regulators, and the public that practices are consistent with stated values. Metrics are small instruments that measure adherence to expectations. They are not poetic, they are practical. Metrics count, time, compare, and highlight patterns. When chosen well, they illuminate areas for attention without overwhelming nuance. When used with care, they serve as gentle indicators rather than harsh verdicts. Metrics are most effective when combined with explanation and context. Numbers alone can feel barren. A measured commentary that accompanies metrics brings narrative back to the counts, making them more humane and more useful. Internal reviews are like periodic checkups. They are routine, scheduled, and gentle. A team will look at processes, walk through procedures, and record findings. These internal reviews are internal to the organization and aimed at ongoing improvement. The tone is pragmatic. The focus is on identifying small adjustments that will help the system function more smoothly. There is no need for alarm. The reviews are part of ordinary care, a way to maintain steady operation and to correct drift before it becomes a problem. External audits are quieter wins from outside. They bring in a different rhythm, often more formal, but still methodical. External auditors bring standards and comparisons from other contexts. Their reports tend to be structured and precise. They can point out norms that an organization may not have noticed. The presence of external review fosters a steady alignment with broader expectations. It also offers a calm confirmation when practices match norms. Such confirmation can be reassuring, a measured nod of agreement that carries a quiet weight. Appeals and review panels provide time for reconsideration. When decisions are contentious, there is room to present additional evidence and to consider alternative interpretations. The existence of appeal procedures reflects a respect for fairness. The process allows for measured dialogue, for the examination of assumptions, and for possible corrections. It is not quick, it is reflective. The structure of appeals helps prevent errors from calcifying into unfair outcomes. It preserves the dignity of those involved by ensuring that voices can be heard beyond a moment of first judgment. Proportionality is a guiding principle in accountability. The response to a concern is scaled to the seriousness of the issue. Small errors invite small corrections. Larger violations may require more substantial interventions. Proportionality avoids the harshness of blanket punishments. It honors the complexity of human behavior and recognizes degrees of responsibility. This measured scaling supports learning. When sanctions are proportionate, they can be instructive rather than purely punitive, allowing restoration and growth within a gentle framework. Confidentiality softens the reporting process. It protects privacy while allowing the facts to surface. When concerns are handled with discretion, individuals may feel safer in participating. Confidentiality balances transparency with personal dignity. It keeps details contained when exposure could cause undue harm. At the same time, confidentiality does not mean secrecy. It is a careful boundary that protects people while allowing accountability mechanisms to function. These boundaries are maintained through protocols, limited access, and monitored disclosures. Remediation plans are slow, practical maps for change. When an issue is identified, a plan sets out steps to correct it. These steps are sequenced, assigned, and timed. Remediation is about repair, not about sudden erasure. It addresses root causes and technical fixes. Often it includes training, adjustments to procedure, and monitoring. The language of remediation is procedural and calm. It recognizes that change is incremental, requiring steady attention and a modest pace. The plan does not promise immediate perfection, but steady progress. Training and education are foundational. They preempt many lapses by teaching expectations gently and clearly. Training sessions remind people of standards, illustrate typical dilemmas, and provide decision-making tools. Education creates shared language. It forms habits of attention and sets norms in quiet ways. Training is often repetitive and routine, which is precisely what makes it effective. Small, repeated exposures to ethical reasoning and procedural steps shape conduct over time. The tone of training is explanatory rather than accusatory, supportive rather than punitive. Documentation standards are modest rituals of clarity. They define what should be recorded and how it should be kept. A document created with care helps future reviewers understand present choices. Standards for documentation include completeness, accuracy, and accessibility. They're about making the trace of action legible. When documentation is consistent, it eases the work of audits and reviews. It also reduces ambiguity in disciplinary matters. Clear records help all parties understand what happened and why, providing a stable ground for reflection. Conflict of interest policies are gentle fences. They define relationships and situations that might bias judgment. These policies ask people to declare connections and to step aside when their impartiality is at risk. The goal is not to cast suspicion, but to maintain clarity. A simple recusal can prevent a conflict from becoming a problem. The practice of disclosure normalizes transparency. It creates an environment where potential conflicts are acknowledged and managed in straightforward ways. Procedural fairness is a quiet promise. It ensures that those under review will have notice, an opportunity to be heard, and a chance to see the evidence. Fair procedures are consistent and predictable. They reduce anxiety because people can anticipate what will happen. Predictability in process supports dignity. When procedures are followed, even difficult outcomes feel less arbitrary. This measured predictability is a cornerstone of trust in any accountability system. It assures that decisions are not capricious. Evidence standards guide what is considered sufficient to support claims. These standards avoid both laxity and undue strictness. They balance credibility, corroboration, and context. A well-calibrated standard recognizes that human actions are complex and that conclusions should be proportionate to available evidence. Standards are documented and applied evenly. They bring coherence to inquiries by defining the weight of different types of proof. This clarity helps all parties understand the basis for judgments and reduces the risk of misunderstanding. Feedback mechanisms close the loop. After reviews or audits, feedback is shared with those who can act on it. This feedback is constructive, specific, and oriented toward improvement. It often includes suggestions, timelines, and offers of support. The tone is gentle and forward-looking. Feedback is not simply negative. It points to strengths as well as weaknesses. Balanced feedback sustains morale. It guides daily practice toward alignment with values and policies in a way that feels encouraging and doable. Record retention policies are steady commitments to memory. They specify how long materials should be kept and how they should be disposed of. These policies ensure that relevant evidence will be available when needed, but that obsolete information will not clutter systems indefinitely. Retention schedules are pragmatic. They balance utility with privacy. By setting timeframes, they prevent both premature deletion and unnecessary hoarding. This orderliness aids later reviews and preserves a measured archive for future reflection. Timelines and accountability processes are calm markers. They set expectations for how long reviews and responses should take. Timelines prevent drifting delays and reassure participants that concerns will be addressed. They are not rigid impositions, but guides that bring structure. Reasonable timelines help preserve momentum so that issues are not forgotten. At the same time, timelines allow for necessary patience when complex inquiries require more time. The balance between speed and care is where fairness lives. Record-keeping tools are simple companions. Spreadsheets, databases, and case management systems collect the threads of inquiries into organized forms. These tools help track deadlines, responsible persons, and actions taken. They remind people gently of steps to be completed. Well-designed tools reduce cognitive load and errors. They make processes legible and accessible. The tools themselves are chosen and maintained with attention to security and ease of use, so that the practice of accountability becomes less burdensome and more reliable. Independent oversight boards act as quiet guardians. They review systems and hold senior actors accountable for maintaining standards. They meet regularly, review reports, and make recommendations. Their presence reassures stakeholders that there is a layer of deliberative attention. These boards are often composed of mixed expertise, bringing in perspectives from different fields. The cross-pollination of viewpoints helps assess issues with a calm breadth. Their deliberations are methodical, and their recommendations are measured and practical. Governance frameworks are the structural frames within which accountability works. They define roles, delegation, and reporting lines. Clear governance reduces confusion about who is responsible for what. It avoids diffuse responsibility and clarifies the chain of action. Governance structures are not about control for its own sake. They are frameworks designed to enable functioning. When governance is clear, accountability is not a surprise. It is an expected part of organizational life, integrated into routines rather than imposed suddenly. Peer review is a gentle form of oversight. Colleagues with similar knowledge review one another's work. This mutual examination normalizes critique. It reduces the sense of isolation in making difficult decisions. Peer review can be routine, as part of project cycles, or occasional, for significant choices. The process is collaborative rather than adversarial. It relies on trust and professional norms. Through peer review, standards are reinforced in everyday practice, and small errors are corrected before they grow. Culture is the slow soil in which accountability takes root. Norms, spoken and unspoken, shape how people respond to rules and to each other. A culture that values reflection, candor, and humility supports effective accountability. Change in culture is gradual. It happens through repeated actions, rituals, and shared stories. Culture amplifies the effects of formal mechanisms. When culture and procedure align, accountability is quieter and more natural. When they diverge, friction arises. The gentle tending of culture is thus a central task in maintaining ethical practices. Communication strategies guide how information about accountability is shared. Clear, calm messaging explains processes, outcomes, and expectations. Communication helps manage misunderstanding and reduces rumor. It can frame findings as opportunities for improvement, and it can acknowledge discomfort honestly. Communication is paced and measured, avoiding sensationalism. It is consistent and accessible, aimed at clarity rather than persuasion. Through steady communication, organizations reduce anxiety and support collective understanding of standards and responses. Corrective actions are small, deliberate steps taken after a problem is found. They may include targeted training, changes to procedure, or adjustments in supervision. Corrective actions are concrete and time-bound. They address immediate causes and aim to prevent recurrence. They are not dramatic responses, but practical steps that are integrated into daily routines. The effectiveness of corrective actions is monitored, measured, and adjusted as needed. This gentle cycle of action and review is the engine of steady improvement. Sanctions, when applied, are measured and proportionate. They are considered carefully, weighed against the evidence, and aligned with policy. Sanctions can serve multiple purposes: to protect the community, to deter wrongdoing, and to provide remedy for those harmed. The aim is to apply measures that fit the circumstances. Sanctions are accompanied by explanations and documented rationales. This transparency about the reasons for action helps sustain trust and allows those affected to understand the path forward with dignity. Appeals procedures ensure that decisions are not final without review. They are structured opportunities to present new evidence, to question assumptions, and to seek reconsideration. Appeals are conducted with care. They have timelines and standards. They do not promise reversal. They promise a chance for further consideration. The existence of an appeal process reassures participants that decisions are deliberated and that finality is not imposed without possibility of correction. Monitoring mechanisms follow corrective actions with quiet oversight. They check whether changes are implemented and whether they have the intended effect. Monitoring can be periodic or continuous, depending on the context. It records compliance and highlights persistent issues. The cadence of monitoring is measured. It avoids excessive scrutiny that would burden normal work. Instead, it aims for a steady watchfulness that supports lasting improvement through gentle reinforcement. Incentives align behavior without coercion. Positive incentives recognize good practice and create models for others to follow. These may be formal recognitions or small privileges tied to performance. When structured thoughtfully, incentives complement sanctions by rewarding adherence and fostering intrinsic motivation. Incentives are calibrated to avoid perverse effects. They are modest and consistent, reinforcing habits that sustain standards over time. Such reinforcement creates a quieter path to compliance rooted in recognition rather than fear. Surveillance measures are used sparingly and with care. Monitoring systems that track actions can be useful for ensuring standards, but they also require safeguards. Privacy, proportionality, and clear purpose must guide the use of surveillance. Excessive monitoring can erode trust. Thoughtful deployment ensures that surveillance is targeted and justified. When used appropriately, these measures provide useful data and protect the community. When overused, they create unease. the balance is maintained through policy and oversight. Data integrity is fundamental. The information used in reviews must be accurate, untampered, and contextualized. Systems that ensure the integrity of records protect the fairness of accountability processes. Audit trails, access controls, and version histories are technical supports for trustworthy evidence. They prevent alteration and help reconstruct events when needed. The quiet maintenance of data integrity is a humble but essential labor that preserves the reliability of conclusions and the dignity of participants. Evidentiary interviews are conducted with care. Interviewers prepare calmly, ask clear questions, and listen respectfully. The tone is neutral. Interviewers avoid leading language and give space for recollection. Notes are taken precisely. The structure of interviews respects memory and emotion while aiming for factual clarity. Records of interviews are stored with attention to access and confidentiality. These conversations are often slow and careful, designed to reconstruct understanding without coercion. Stakeholder engagement keeps processes connected to those affected. Input from employees, clients, and other stakeholders informs the design of accountability mechanisms. This engagement can be formal or informal. It fosters relevance and responsiveness. When stakeholders are heard, processes are better calibrated to real needs. Their involvement is a modest act of inclusion that acknowledges the lived reality behind policies. It supports legitimacy and practicality in a quiet, steady way. Lessons learned. Processes capture insights after issues are resolved. Teams reflect on what went well and what could be improved. These reflections produce recommendations and changes to practices. Lessons learned are shared in accessible formats so that others can benefit. The process is not about blame, but about collective improvement. It is a teaching moment, documented and gentle. Over time, the accumulation of lessons leads to more resilient systems and a quieter confidence in routine operations. Benchmarking compares practices to peers in a calm, observational manner. Organizations look outward to see how others handle similar issues. Benchmarking offers perspectives on standards and can inspire modest changes. It is not about competition. It is about learning. By seeing different approaches, organizations can refine their own procedures and avoid insular solutions. Benchmarking is a slow exchange, oriented towards steady enhancement rather than sudden transformation. Mediation offers a restorative path when relationships are strained. Mediators facilitate conversation between parties to reach mutual understanding and practical agreements. The process emphasizes listening, mutual acknowledgement, and collaborative solutions. Mediation is less about assigning blame and more about repairing harm and restoring function. It is a paced, respectful method that preserves dignity and seeks practical outcomes. Often, the restored relationships contribute to a more harmonious environment that reduces future conflicts. Ethical frameworks guide judgment gently. They provide the vocabulary and principles that shape how decisions are evaluated. Frameworks translate abstract values into practical considerations. They help reviewers ask the right questions and weigh competing factors. Applied with care, these frameworks standardize responses while allowing for context. They are tools for reflection, not rigid cages. Their steady presence helps maintain coherence across different cases and over time. Continuous improvement is the commitment To keep systems evolving in small, steady increments, it is the practice of iterating on processes, learning from errors, and updating policies. Continuous improvement values patience. It sees change as a sequence of small, manageable steps. This approach reduces disruption and fosters cumulative progress. Accountability systems that embrace continuous improvement tend to be more resilient because they adapt gradually, integrating lessons without sudden upheaval. Documentation of decisions preserves rationale. When actions are taken, the reasons are recorded with clarity. These records explain how evidence was weighed and why particular measures were chosen. Rationale documentation helps future reviewers understand context and prevents reinterpretation. It is a humble act of explanation that respects those affected by the decisions. By keeping clear reasons, organizations maintain coherence and support fair reconsideration if needed. Coordination among units prevents siloed responses. When departments communicate, they align standards and reduce conflicting messages. Coordination is a steady practice of sharing information, harmonizing policies, and collaborating on remediation. It avoids duplication and ensures consistent expectations. The practice is organized and calm, involving scheduled meetings and shared tools. Good coordination smooths the experience of accountability for individuals and strengthens institutional coherence. Legal compliance provides a baseline for actions. Laws and regulations define minimum standards that must be observed. Compliance functions interpret these norms for daily practice. Legal advice and compliance teams translate broad obligations into concrete steps. Their role is not dramatic. It is a steady guidance that helps ensure practices meet external requirements. Aligning with law reduces risk and provides an external anchor for the softer norms of ethics and professional conduct. Professionalization supports standards through credentialing and norms. Professions develop codes of practice, peer expectations, and rites of passage that inculcate responsibility. These social structures cultivate habits of care and accountability. Professional norms are reinforced by training, mentorship, and community standards. Over time, they create a quiet cohesion in how members of a field act and are evaluated. This embedded sense of professionalism strengthens internal accountability through shared identity. Record audits are the deliberate reviews of documentation for completeness and accuracy. They compare recorded practices with actual implementations. A record audit can reveal inconsistencies, gaps, and opportunities for clarification. The process is methodical: sample selection, comparison, and reporting. Audits of records help align practice with policy by making discrepancies visible in a calm, evidence-based way. They are routine, predictable, and useful for ongoing maintenance. Transparency reports communicate findings to broader audiences. They provide summaries of audits, outcomes, and remedial steps. These reports are written plainly, without flourish. They show what was found and what will be done. Their purpose is to inform and to demonstrate accountability. When prepared with care, they contribute to public trust. The tone is explanatory and measured, avoiding alarm in favor of clear, factual disclosure. Policy review cycles ensure that standards remain current. Policies are revisited periodically to reflect new conditions, technologies, or understandings. The cycle is predictable and methodical. Assess, consult, draft, and adopt. Review cycles prevent obsolescence and ensure that accountability mechanisms stay relevant. The practice is not urgent. It is steady, like seasonal pruning that keeps a garden healthy and functional. Peer accountability fosters mutual responsibility. Colleagues remind one another of shared standards and offer gentle correction when practices drift. This internal social regulation is informal but powerful. It relies on trust and mutual respect. Peer feedback is often immediate and conversational, addressing small deviations before they grow. The rhythm of peer accountability is routine and subtle, embedded in daily interactions. It keeps norms alive through quiet reinforcement rather than formal intervention. Independent counsel offers legal and ethical guidance from outside established hierarchies. This advice helps ensure that difficult decisions are informed by broader perspectives. Independent counsel is consulted when conflicts are complex or when internal biases might cloud judgment. The counsel's role is advisory, providing measured analysis and options. Its presence helps balance internal pressures and contributes to sober deliberation. The layering of these mechanisms creates redundancy, a gentle resilience. Multiple channels, checks, and balances ensure that if one pathway fails, others can still function. This redundancy is not wasteful. It is a pragmatic recognition of human fallibility and system complexity. Layered oversight allows for mutual validation, cross-checking, and the slow building of confidence that practices align with stated values. Observing these processes is like watching a patient, well-tuned clock. Gears mesh quietly. Each movement is deliberate. No single motion demands attention. Instead, the pattern of regular checks, documented steps, and modest corrections keeps the whole system aligned. The persistence of these practices fosters a calm continuity, a steady assurance that standards are being upheld through thoughtful, measured action. In long stretches of ordinary time, customs are like slow rivers. They move quietly, shaped by small events and gentle currents. A gesture repeated evening after evening becomes a norm. A phrase spoken in classrooms, in kitchens, and in courtrooms softens into a familiar habit. Over years, these habits clear paths. They gather small sediments of expectation, a thin layer at first, then a compact band of practice. The texture of daily life accepts them. People follow them without thinking, not because they were commanded, but because the path is known and steady, and it feels restful to follow a well-worn route. When laws and rules emerge, they rarely appear fully formed. They begin as descriptions of patterns already in place. Someone notices a recurring practice, writes it down, and proposes a phrasing. A council meets, settles on a few clauses, and sets a date. The language chosen is deliberate, cautiously descriptive, careful not to sweep up every possible case. The formal words are a scaffold. They hold the shape of expectation and provide a stable frame for those practices to continue, even when particular people or places change. The law becomes a recorded rhythm in the archive of daily life. Professional standards grow in similar ways, often inside quiet rooms where people explain what they do to one another. An experienced practitioner shows a younger one a method, notes the reasons, and the method travels. It is written into handbooks, then into training syllabi, then into test items and licensing requirements. Once recorded, the method gains persistence. It appears in checklists and forms. The formality wraps a routine in clarity, making it easier to teach, easier to evaluate, and easier to pass on. Standards become a slow river that guides practice without harsh commands, moving people gently toward shared ways of acting. The work of codification is a patient craft. Words are chosen slowly, with repetition and reflection. Drafts accumulate like thin pages of sediment. Committees read, amend, and reread. Each revision smooths an edge, softens a clause, and narrows a term. The result is not a single decisive moment, but a patient process of refinement. A phrase that once seemed acceptable is softened, clarified, or restricted. This careful editing tames ambiguity and sets expectations. It also creates a record that others can consult when memory fails, when a practice drifts, or when a new situation appears. Diffusion moves by imitation and by translation. A rule practiced in one town is noticed by visitors, imitated in another setting, and adapted to local materials and moods. Trade routes, migration, and conversation carry small customs across distances. Each new setting makes slight changes, adjusting the practice to new tools or weather. Over generations, a distant habit can arrive transformed, recognizable but different. These slow migrations build networks of related practices, a patchwork of variations around a shared core. The core endures, while borders and details shift like gentle waves against a shoreline. Institutions help stabilize changes. Schools teach a set of expectations to groups of people on a schedule. Trainings rehearse responses until they feel automatic. Boards and committees keep minutes that record decisions and rationales. Archives accumulate these records like layers in a slow geological formation. When a person asks, "How was this decided?" the archive offers a trail of notes and signatures. That chain of documentation lends authority to a practice and makes it harder to abandon overnight. Stability follows from a combination of memory, ritual, and recorded reason. Small rituals serve as anchors: a signature at the end of a letter, a uniform on a particular day, a ceremony for welcoming new members. These repeated acts secure a sense of belonging and continuity. Rituals embed values gently into routine. They mark transitions with a careful pace and a familiar set of gestures. Over time, rituals can become almost invisible, their form followed by habit rather than intention. Yet their presence continues to hold a community together, reminding people of shared standards in a quiet, repetitive way. Language itself evolves in patient steps. Technical terms start as attempts to label observations or rules. As apprentices repeat them, the terms gather shared meaning. Commentary and textbooks refine and settle definitions. With each citation, a term gains weight and a narrower application. Sometimes a phrase is broadened, absorbing adjacent meanings. Sometimes it is narrowed, becoming a precise tool for thought and action. This gradual lexicon building supports coherence across time. Shared words make shared understanding possible, and mutual understanding is the slow material of trust. Habit formation is a material process in daily routines. A household that agrees on a certain arrangement around chores will repeat it until it is automatic. Professional offices set routines for filing, meeting, and reporting. Repetition creates muscle and neural patterns. Over time, the routine requires less conscious effort and less instruction. The effort is front-loaded in time, and later it pays dividends in predictability and ease. Habits reduce friction in social life, and this economy of effort contributes to the endurance of standards and rules. Social memory prefers stories, tales of past decisions, of wise judgments, of failures and corrections. Travel and conversation. These stories carry more than facts. They carry a sense of why certain rules arose. An anecdote about a bad outcome can seed a new precautionary practice. A remembered success can justify an ongoing method. Storytelling is a slow pedagogy. It translates bureaucratic records into human terms and makes regulations relevant in everyday talk. In this way, memory and narrative work together to sustain or to transform standards over time. Institutions sometimes resist change with measured force. Inertia arises from many small investments, training cycles, printed manuals, certification processes, bureaucratic forms. When a new idea appears, it encounters racks of existing paperwork and long-established review timelines. Change requires resources and attention. This structural resistance is not dramatic, but quiet and substantive. It slows reform and encourages careful experimentation in selected areas. Because of this inertia, meaningful change often proceeds in fits and starts, traveling through systems only after multiple tests and small adjustments. Path dependence shapes what becomes codified. Early choices, sometimes small and contingent, set trajectories that are hard to reverse. A form of wording chosen decades ago remains because systems have grown around it. A single technology adopted early in a field collects complementary tools and practices, reinforcing its position. Path dependence is not a moral judgment. It is a structural feature of historical processes. It explains why some habits last long after their original conditions have shifted. Understanding that slow accumulation helps to navigate reform with patience and respect for existing commitments. Mechanisms of stabilization include professional accreditation, licensing, and certification. These practices mark competence and align incentives. As fields develop, they create gatekeeping procedures to ensure consistent standards. Exams, supervised practice, and peer review shape the contours of acceptable action. The existence of these mechanisms encourages uniformity and signals to newcomers the parameters of practice. Over time, accreditation bodies themselves gain routines and histories, which further embed standards across generations of practitioners. Technology accelerates some forms of diffusion while leaving others slow. A printed handbook spreads at a particular rate, slower than digital updates, but capable of lasting on a shelf for decades. New tools change workflows and enable novel practices, but institutional memory and formal codes often lag behind. This mismatch can produce gentle tension, casing around new practices that is not yet fully formalized. Eventually, the forms and codes catch up, but the process is paced by meetings, reviews, and careful drafting rather than sudden conversion. Metrics create a vocabulary for comparison and evaluation. When performance is measured, norms can be translated into numbers. Scores and benchmarks make it possible to evaluate practices across different sites. Metrics invite standardization because they allow institutions to compare and reward particular behaviors. The slow introduction of metrics can gradually reshape priorities as the measured becomes the managed. This shift is often subtle and cumulative, altering choices and professional attention over time. Markets and reputational systems influence moral practices too. Reputation spreads by word of mouth, formal ratings, and published reports. Professionals and institutions attend to reputational signals, adjusting practices to maintain standing. Market pressures can favor clarity and measurable competence. They can also favor innovation as actors seek advantage. In combination with formal codes, reputational dynamics make for a complex terrain where standards are negotiated through both rules and competitive positioning. Translations matter in the journey from informal practice to codified rule. A practice framed in one language carries assumptions about responsibility and authority. When translated, those assumptions must be rendered anew. The translator chooses metaphors and analogies. Some concepts bear across languages easily. Others require footnotes and shifts in approach. This careful work of rephrasing is slow and deliberate, often taking place in meetings where legal scholars, practitioners, and community members refine wording until it sits comfortably for all. Ritual codification sometimes results in ceremonies that look ceremonial but function as governance. Oaths, pledges, and formal acknowledgments are not simply gestures. They create public statements of commitment. When recorded, they become evidence for expectations and grounds for accountability. The ritualistic shape of such acts reduces ambiguity. Repetition of the ritual reinforces its meaning across cohorts. As rituals embed in the institutional calendar, they become both symbolic and practical, a quiet mechanism of continuity. Appeals and review processes add a reflective buffer into systems. When a contested decision is reviewed, the process creates a trace of reasoning. Appeals bodies tend to favor precedent and careful argument. Their decisions are often long, measured, and written in moderate language. These written reasons accumulate into a body of interpretive practice. Lawyers, scholars, and administrators consult prior decisions, which in turn shape future application. This slow accretion of interpretive guidance is part of how standards evolve without sudden discontinuity. Educational curricula are a primary channel for transmission. Lessons, syllabi, and textbooks distill practices into teachable units. Teachers choose examples, emphasize certain principles, and set exercises. The repetition of curricula across years and institutions stabilizes professional norms. Graduates enter the field with shared habits of thought. Through internships and supervised practice, these habits are adjusted to local realities. This cycle of teaching and practice forms a slow conveyor belt of standardization, shaped by both tradition and updated evidence. Peer networks provide informal governance. Colleagues confer about cases, send notes, and share techniques. Informal conversations can resolve ambiguities without the need for formal rules. This networked exchange is not quick innovation, but a patient weaving of understanding across practitioners. Through journals, conferences, and online forums, ideas circulate and are tested in practice. Over time, recurring insights are incorporated into formal guidance, showing how peer dialogue contributes to gradual codification. Archives and record keeping protect against forgetting. Old minutes, memos, and reports can be consulted for their rationale and context. Archivists and librarians steward these materials, arranging them for access and preservation. The physical presence of records shapes institutional memory. They allow new participants to reconstruct historical choices and learn from earlier solutions. With access to archives, stakeholders can argue from precedent and propose adjustments with a sense of continuity and care. Slow experiments allow institutions to test innovations before full adoption. Pilot programs, trial periods, and phased rollouts reveal practical consequences. These measured trials gather data, refine procedures, and produce reports that inform wider adoption. The cautious approach reduces the risk of sudden disruption and builds confidence in the change. When pilots succeed across varied contexts, their findings feed into formal codes and training, turning tested practice into standard practice. Public discourse nudges codification in subtle ways. Media reports, academic papers, and civic debates surface questions that invite institutional attention. Over time, sustained public interest can create enough momentum for committees to act. Public interest often highlights anomalies and cases that strain existing rules. This slow pressure channels attention into the procedural bodies that hold the time and capacity to translate concerns into formal guidance. Lawyers, scholars, and practitioners act as translators between lived practice and formal text. They write commentaries, draft statutes, and argue cases. Their work patiently maps practice to language and language back to practice. Commentaries and annotations help future readers understand how text was intended to operate. This interpretive labor is methodical, careful, and accumulative. It shapes how codes are read and applied in the everyday flow of decisions. International contacts make diffusion transnational and slow. States and organizations observe one another, negotiating treaties and shared standards. Treaties often begin as common responses to shared problems and then are written into formal agreements. Domestic systems then interpret those agreements in local terms through legislation and regulation. This layered process can take years, as international agreement must be reconciled with national practices, languages, and institutions. The result is often hybrid norms that reflect multiple influences over time. Professional societies steward shared identity and practice. Meetings, journals, and position papers shape expectations. Societies issue recommendations and model codes that members may adopt. Over seasons of discussion and refinement, these recommendations solidify into de facto standards. Members who wish to influence practice do so through patient participation in committees, by contributing evidence, and by proposing drafts. The society then becomes a slow vehicle for consensus building. Organizational design channels behavior through structures that endure. Job descriptions, reporting lines, and approval workflows create predictable patterns. Once designed, these structures guide how decisions are made and who is responsible. Changes in design are usually cautious, requiring planning and coordination. Thus, organizational forms both reflect existing standards and influence how future standards will be applied. The architecture of institutions, therefore, plays a steady role in the historical shaping of practice. Statutes may be broad and leave space for interpretation. This intentional flexibility allows ordinary procedures and professional norms to fill details. Over time, the interaction between broad statutory phrases and detailed administrative or professional guidance creates a layered system. The broad phrase anchors the horizon of action. The detailed guidance fills the immediate space of daily choice. This layered approach supports continuity by allowing calm adaptation without rewriting foundational texts. Local cultures shape how formal rules are lived. The same written standard can feel different in two towns because local history, habits, and expectations alter its practical meaning. Local leaders, mentors, and practices inflect how rules operate. These subtle variations accumulate, creating a mosaic of compliance styles that nevertheless remain connected by shared language and reference points. This balance of local texture and shared framework helps institutions maintain coherence while accommodating diversity. Ceremonies of induction and recognition reproduce standards across generations. Formal promotions, awards, or oaths mark the passing of responsibilities and acknowledge adherence to norms. These ceremonies are slow and repetitive, ensuring continuity. They provide occasions for reminding new members of shared expectations and for publicly affirming the values that undergird a profession. Over generations, the ritual fabric of induction becomes part of what it means to belong. Documentation that becomes widely circulated takes on an authoritative tone. Manuals, guidelines, and model policies are used across sites. Their language, once replicated, acquires an institutional weight. New adopters feel secure in following these texts because they offer tested formulations and collective experience. However, even authoritative documents are subject to revision as practice and evidence evolve. This careful balance between stability and responsiveness is the hallmark of slow institutional learning. Norm entrepreneurs and reformers shape direction through patient advocacy. They build coalitions, compile evidence, and propose feasible alternatives. Their success is measured in years rather than moments. They often pursue incremental shifts that can be demonstrated and incorporated into training and policy. Their gentle persistence aligns with institutional rhythms, finding sympathetic committees, pilot programs, and educational platforms that can carry a change forward in a durable way. Case studies and precedent provide a repository of applied reasoning. Documents that describe specific decisions show how principles were balanced in practice. Practitioners consult these cases to justify choices and to learn from past deliberations. Over time, a web of precedent helps to standardize reasoning patterns. It also allows variation, since different cases highlight different considerations. The interplay of precedent and discretion supports a gradual harmonization of standards across varied circumstances. Language of responsibility clarifies who is held answerable when rules are breached. From informal reprimands to formal sanctions, systems specify possible responses to deviations, carefully describing levels of culpability and appropriate remedies is slow, legalistic work. It requires balancing fairness, deterrence, and the capacity for correction. These gradations of response are encoded in policies, which then shape everyday expectations about acceptable conduct and the consequences of departure. Evaluation and audit cycles introduce periods of reflection. Regular reviews of performance and compliance make change visible. Auditors document gaps and recommend adjustments. Institutions often respond with revised procedures, additional training, or new documentation. Because these cycles recur on a timetable, they create predictable opportunities for improvement. The measured tempo of evaluation encourages thoughtful adaptation rather than rushed overhaul. Memory of failure informs cautious design. When a system remembers a past failure, it often incorporates safeguards, redundancies, double checks, and clearer lines of responsibility arise from recollection of mistakes. This process of learning from error is slow and careful. It reshapes practice incrementally, adding layers of protection that make similar failures less likely, and, in doing so, change the texture of routine work. Consensus building proceeds through patient deliberation. Committees listen to varied perspectives, weigh evidence, and draft language that is acceptable to many. This process values compromise and clarity over abrupt reform. The resulting agreements may be conservative, but they carry the authority of broad support. In time, consensus language becomes the default phrasing, taught and referenced across practices and institutions. Translation into practice involves training, supervision, and mentoring. Even well-written codes require human instruction to be effective. Senior colleagues model behavior, explain rationales, and correct small missteps. This mentoring relationship transmits tacit knowledge that formal documents cannot fully capture. Through patient guidance, the lived practice aligns with written standards, and standards gain life in the rhythm of daily mentorship. Slow editorial processes refine professional literature. Journals, guidelines, and textbooks pass through reviewers and editors who emphasize clarity and evidence. This editorial care ensures that what becomes canonical is subject to scrutiny and incremental improvement. Over time, literature develops a tone and a standard of argumentation that shape how practitioners speak and think about their work. The interplay of soft norms and formal rules is quiet and complex. Gossip, reputation, and informal sanction can enforce standards before formal mechanisms are engaged. These soft forces are flexible and responsive, covering areas that official codes may not describe. They also interact with formal records, sometimes prompting committees to formalize a widely observed custom into an official guideline, thus translating social pressure into codified practice. Gradual reinterpretation is part of living systems. As circumstances shift, communities revisit old words and ask, what did this mean then, and what might it mean now? This reflective practice reshapes application without necessarily altering the text. Judicial opinions, scholarly commentary, and committee notes provide new lenses through which prior language is read. Reinterpretation is a slow and patient mode of change that preserves continuity while allowing responsiveness. Professional identity forms through repetition of roles and expectations. Over months and years, people internalize what it means to act in a certain capacity. Clothing, manner, and language combine into a recognizable identity. This internalized sense of self aligns individual behavior with communal standards. When identity is stable, standards are followed with less external enforcement, and practice becomes both a personal habit and an institutional norm. Dispute resolution practices channel disagreement into methodical procedures. Mediations, hearings, and deliberative forums provide structured time and protocols to address differences. These procedures aim to restore shared practice or to record a reasoned divergence. Their careful cadence reinforces the idea that even conflict should be processed with respect for precedent and for the slow logic of institutions. Over time, dispute resolution history accumulates an accepted set of steps that shape how conflicts are navigated. Institutional memory is maintained through offices and roles dedicated to stewardship. Archivists, historians, and compliance officers keep track of the reasons behind decisions. Their work provides context that prevents reinvention of settled matters and informs thoughtful change. When these custodial roles are active, they make historical patterns visible and accessible, enabling new proposals to build on accumulated wisdom rather than repeating old mistakes. Metrics of success evolve as practices mature. Early measures are often simple, qualitative impressions. With time, they become refined into indicators and benchmarks. This refinement supports clearer assessment and comparative evaluation. As measurement improves, institutions can allocate resources more precisely and can identify areas where standards need adjustment. The slow improvement of metrics is a quiet form of learning that reshapes priorities gently over time. Networks of mentorship and apprenticeship ensure continuity across turnover. As older members retire, younger members who have trained under them step into responsibilities, carrying forward practices and rationales. This intergenerational transmission is slow and relational, dependent on time spent together and stories shared. It preserves nuance and tacit knowledge that written rules alone may not capture, ensuring that standards remain alive rather than merely recorded. Language of accountability becomes more precise through repetition and example. As institutions handle breaches, they refine categories of culpability and remedy. These refinements are then codified into policy language, making future responses more predictable. The process is not sudden. It is a pattern of careful adjustments made after reflection, discussion, and testing. Over time, the account of what accountability means becomes clearer and more operational. Civic rituals anchor law in social life. Public hearings, published opinions, and accessible records invite broader engagement. When citizens observe procedures and participate, the law becomes part of public habit. The rituals of civic life are slow and steady, reinforcing trust through routine availability and predictable form. This accessibility makes it easier for norms to be criticized, revised, and eventually accepted as part of communal practice. Research and evidence shape reform through patient accumulation. Studies, trials, and evaluations build a body of knowledge that committees consult. Evidence does not compel the immediate change, but it informs deliberations and nudges consensus. Over time, a sufficient weight of evidence can transform cautious recommendations into accepted standards. This trajectory reflects the slow and reasoned nature of institutional improvement. The material conditions of practice matter. Tools, buildings, and infrastructure limit and enable behavior. Changes in material conditions often require investment and planning. As new equipment becomes standard, habits adapt and new codes are written to reflect safe and effective use. The physical world thus participates in the slow evolution of standards, nudging practices forward as technologies and resources change. Peer review and collegial critique hone the norms of a field. Scholars and practitioners point out weaknesses, suggest alternatives, and propose clarifications. This iterative feedback loop is deliberate and professional. Over many rounds of critique and response, ideas are refined and standards adjusted. This patient engagement elevates the quality of practice and aligns expectations across a community. Customs become codified when there is perceived value in recording them. The act of writing down a common practice changes its status. It becomes easier to teach, to critique, and to revise. The codification process is careful and reflective, aware that recording a practice fixes its language and binds future actors to a particular phrasing. Thus, the act of codification is undertaken with an eye to balance between fidelity to practice and clarity for future use. Professional narratives of justification accumulate through reports and official histories. Institutions write their origins and their rationales as part of maintaining legitimacy. These narratives smooth the memory of change, explaining why certain paths were taken and how difficult choices were resolved. They provide a steady background against which current decisions are measured and future reforms are proposed. Slow change is patient and ordinary, shaped by repetition and reflection. It moves through communities by teaching, example, record, and ritual. It is a rhythmed process that values clarity and continuity. The gradual shaping of customs, laws, and standards is not dramatic, but it is steady, dependable, and deeply human. Small adjustments today become the familiar structures of tomorrow, settling into the daily life of institutions and people in a quiet, enduring way.